words at the appropriate time. I wish that when I came here in 1960, was it 65 years ago, before many of you were born anyway, I wish that there was a Friends of Africa or a Casa Foundation or conversations around business, entrepreneurship, and making one's way in Canadian society. And so to be here, looking at all these faces in the room, and nothing against the white people who are here, but seeing all these black faces, when in 1960, any place we went, there was just one or two of us trying to make a difference. 1960, no Charter of Rights and Freedom. That didn't come till 1982 when we amended the charter. We brought a constitution from England. We amended it with the Charter of Rights and Freedom. No human rights code, so that when one is told, we don't give you, we won't do business with you, you have to have a husband to sign, or you have to have whatever. There were nowhere that we can go out there and complain. No procedures. No landlord and tenant act, so that when a landlord says, we're not renting to you people, it's for rent, yes. When you told, you're not a good fit for our organization. So we've come a long way, and there's an old saying, we've come a long way, baby. But we're not there yet. It's a work in progress. It's getting to know who we are in Canadian society, how we need to work together, how we need those partnerships and collaborators, and how we work in a way that we can build ourselves, we can build our community, we can build each other. It's important for us to recognize, as was shown this morning, that there is financial assistance out there. There was a time you didn't have any Bunmi in any of the banks advising. Actually, there was a time we didn't get the kind of information that was essential for us to make decisions. And so now we have a world with many challenges to us, but at the same time, a world that's opened up so that we can begin to question, to look at what we have to offer to community, and also to build community. Because one of the things it's important for us to understand is that we have to support each other's business and businesses, that we have to buy from each other, that we have to encourage each other, and we have to make that road forward such that all of us are heading in the direction where we want to see each and every one of us as a contributing member to Canadian society. And so, Friends of Africa, where's Dr. Ulu? She always pushes you forward and she stays back. And the work that's happening, I've been around Friends of Africa for the last 15 years or so. It's so important to see the young people with the glint in the eye, with the hope that they can make something of their lives. It's important that those who come know that they're coming into a society where they have a place and where they can do better than they did before. It's important for us to recognize that there is responsibility on the part of each one of us to make sure that Friends of Africa, other organizations, continue to develop, to grow, to build. Because what we're doing is really heading into a society that's fair and just and inclusive and diverse, where there is respect for each and every one of us in the society. So Friends of Africa, we also must recognize that as they bring their programs together, when I came in 1960, people thought Africa was one. Everything was one. But now I think we know that there are 50-something, 58 countries. Where is an ambassador? 54. I have been to 38 of the 54.
gratitude to our sponsors and our partners and the Casa Foundation team for their commitment even to all the work of impact that we've been doing. Today, we want to welcome some of our guests. They are not here yet, and maybe because I don't get an opportunity to come back here quickly, I'm just going to mention the Honorable Minister Amalia Ankiyambade from the Presidency of the Republic of Uganda. I believe she's on her way. And then, of course, the Honorable James Gakwe-Kwesen, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Republic of Ghana. All of these are special guests that will be speaking at some point, one point or the other. I don't get to come back here too quickly, so I better quickly do this. Tomorrow at some point we'll be having the Honorable Rechie Valdez, who is the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and the Secretary of State for Small Business and Tourism. These are various government sectors and the principals in those sectors that actually support the work that we do here. So one of the fastest ways, one of the ways they show their support to us is actually by showing up at our events, which we must also be committed to doing. We also must keep showing up for other people so that other people can show up for us. And so they will all be joining us at some point during these sessions. Last night I was quickly alluding to the fact that we were able to present about 22 founders, from a marketplace like this. And so our sponsors are TD Bank and the Government of Canada were in the room with us as judges, reviewing their pitches and selecting the winners. Remember again that the winners will be announced tomorrow, and so I wanted you to keep that in mind, that tomorrow we'll be announcing at least almost 10 winners of the pitch grants, $5,000, between $5,000 and $2,500. And so they get to win, but the pitches are on. We started yesterday because it's a national pitch, virtually, and so they joined us from across Canada and parts of Africa. Today, at 3 o'clock, in the room on the other side, I think it's labeled the Queen's Room, we continue the in-person part of the pitch, and so you are free, and we highly encourage you to watch the pitch sessions, because these are sponsored sessions by some of our financial institution partners, and you never know, when you watch other people pitch, perhaps there will be some motivation for you to do yours and just raise some capital for yourselves, if you're in business, of course. Finally, this morning, I also wanted to quickly acknowledge the Consul General of Barbados, the Republic of Barbados. He's here with us this morning, and I'm going to be yielding the floor to him at some point once I'm done with this speech, but I wanted to mention that he's also here with us. So ladies and gentlemen, as we start again this morning, please take note of all the networking opportunities that you have. At exactly about 12:30, we will also have the Honorable Chris Glover from the Government of Ontario making an announcement to us about some of the funding that has been made available, maybe to people like yourselves in the room. So I encourage you to note the specific timelines and then keep an ear, pay attention to some of those sessions for us. It is now my pleasure, my honor to invite to the podium this morning the next speaker, the Consul General, the Republic of Barbados, His Excellency Branker. You're welcome. Please come upstage, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, exhibitors, good morning. And it's a chilly morning. It is truly a pleasure to be here among so many dynamic leaders, entrepreneurs, and change makers. I want to begin by thanking the Casa Foundation and the Friends of Africa Coalition for the kind invitation and for the incredible work they continue to do in connecting communities and creating opportunities. On behalf of the government and people of Barbados, it is my honor and privilege to bring greetings on the 15th Friends of Africa Economic Summit here in Toronto. I extend warm congratulations to the Casa Foundation and Friends of Africa Coalition on this milestone anniversary. You have created a space where economic advancement, cultural exchange, and meaningful collaboration are not just spoken about, but actively pursued and achieved. The mandate of the Casa Foundation to foster sustainable growth, empower communities, and strengthen partnerships resonates deeply with us in Barbados. It reminds us that it reminds us of the very values which built our societies, that they must now evolve to meet new global realities. As we reflect on those shared values, we must recognize that the context around us is rapidly changing. Today's global landscape demands that we translate our shared ideals into new strategies for resilience and growth. We are now living in a different world, one marked by shifting global alliances, new economic realities, and rapid advancement of technology that continues to transform how we live, work, and connect. In such a world, no nation, no business, or community can afford to stand still or stand alone. We must therefore shape new alliances, partnerships that reflect today's interconnected realities, partnerships built not just on trade or transaction, but partnerships built on trust, shared values, and a vision for inclusive growth. The Casa Foundation's work exemplifies this spirit, fostering the kind of collaboration that ensures progress is not limited to a few, but accessible to many. Like Friends of Africa, we in Barbados believe that true progress comes when we harness the strength of our diversity. We take pride in our rich heritage and apply the creativity and industrious spirit for which our people are known, as we connect together across borders to build lasting and transformative connections. This summit reminds us that business is more than profit. It is a tool for empowerment, for opening doors, and for building bridges that uplift individuals, families, and nations. As Consul General of Barbados in Toronto, I see my role as advancing precisely this kind of collaboration, bringing people, businesses, and nations together to unlock potential. The Caribbean and Africa are forever linked. Our history speaks to that. Our culture speaks to it, and our resilience speaks to it. And in gatherings like this, we strengthen those bonds while embracing Canada's diverse and dynamic landscape at this stage of this global opportunity. Barbados itself has been intentional in deepening its engagement with Africa. We recognize that our shared history must also translate into a shared future. In recent years, we have seen tangible progress from strengthening diplomatic ties and opening new missions on the African continent to expanding trade, investment, and cultural exchanges. A landmark example of this collaboration is the African Export-Import Bank's decision to establish its Caribbean office and the upcoming $180 million Africa Trade Center in Bridgetown, Barbados. This is a transformative initiative that will serve as a gateway for trade and investment between Africa and the Caribbean, positioning Barbados as a regional hub for Africa-Caribbean commercial cooperation and demonstrating confidence in our nation's stability, strategic location, and our skilled people. Barbados has also signed cooperation agreements with several African states, including Ghana and Kenya, focusing on education, renewable energy, and cultural and technical exchanges. Through partnerships with the Westin Bank and ongoing dialogue with African governments, we are actively fostering opportunities in financial services, creative industries, and innovation. These initiatives are already bearing fruit, with Barbadian professionals and businesses finding new entry points into African markets, while African enterprises look to the Caribbean as a natural bridge to the wider Americas. Only this week, we learned of Nigeria's major carrier, Air Peace, announcing monthly commercial flights from Lagos via Accra to Antigua and Barbados, commencing from December 21st, 2025. This airlink will create new opportunities for tourism, trade, and cultural exchange across the two continents, which have over 300 years of cultural affinity. Our success today affirms one simple truth. When we invest in our shared heritage and values, we also invest in shared prosperity. I must also pause to acknowledge BIPOC youth and the next generation of leaders represented here and inspired by this summit. You are the inheritors of a proud legacy of resilience, creativity, and innovation. It is your vision, your energy, and boldness that will shape the businesses, communities, and partnerships of tomorrow. Friends of Africa, through its work, is building a platform not only for today's leaders, but for those who will lead us into an even more connected and inclusive future. Allow me to close with two reminders of wisdom that capture the spirit of this summit. An African proverb teaches, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And in the words often shared by our Prime Minister, the Honorable Yemoh, she says, if we share in the burden, we must share in the bounty. That, I believe, is the essence of what Friends of Africa Summit represents. Shared burdens, shared opportunities, and shared prosperity. Once again, I thank the organizers of the Friends of Africa Summit and the Casa Foundation for this gracious invitation. Congratulations on your 15 years of extraordinary service and impact. To the delegates, sponsors, exhibitors, participants gathered, may the relationships that you form and the ideas that you share over the days of this conference continue to strengthen the bonds between Africa, the Caribbean, and Canada. It has been a privilege to share in this occasion with you. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Continue with our networking and tours and interactions in the marketplace. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a moment to share a bit about Casa Foundation and the work that we do. One of our cornerstone initiatives, aside from the ones that you've already seen, is the Casa Solution Labs. The Casa Solution Labs focuses on reskilling and upskilling job seekers, particularly women, youth, and newcomers, immigrants, and people from racialized backgrounds. The program provides a supportive environment for participants to develop in-demand skills while also accessing mentorship, mental health support, job placement opportunities. And at the core of Casa Solution Labs is the goal to empower communities to achieve their employment and career aspirations. As the program evolved, Casa Foundation identified a growing need within the digital space faced by women, especially those from racialized and underserved communities. And many women expressing challenges and experiencing challenges in gaining digital skills and navigating today's marketplace and competitive job markets have always come into Casa Foundation and with an understanding, a clear understanding of these gaps, Casa Foundation then developed and curated a special program called Her Digital Pathway. The digital pathway is designed to equip women with the digital tools, training, and confidence needed to thrive in today's markets, the digital economy. And the program fosters long-term career growth and economic independence, helping women to overcome systemic barriers and access meaningful opportunities in an increasingly digital world. To bring this vision to life, Casa Foundation applied for the Ontario Trillium Foundation's Grow Grant, a program that expands and strengthens initiatives with proven impact and community impact for women. And so at this time, I would like to invite the Honorable Chris Glover, who is a member of the Provincial Parliament from Spadina, representing Spadina, 4th York, to deliver his goodwill remarks in this regard. I'm still going to say a bit more about you. And yeah, MPP Chris Glover is he's a member of the Provincial Parliament as an MPP and for the riding of Spadina, 4th York in Ontario, representing Ontarians through the New Democratic Party, and he was first elected to the Legislative Assembly in 2018, re-elected again in 2025. As a Shadow Minister, he is the Ontario NDP Shadow Minister for Technology, Innovation, Democratic Reform, and Sport. And as a community advocate, Chris Glover is known for his work in the community on issues such as affordable housing, homelessness, and food insecurity, and he co-founded the Spadina 4th York Community Care Program. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's my pleasure, it's an honor to introduce to you and welcome the MPP Chris Glover to Friends of Africa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Gozu. So my name is Chris Glover, and it's my incredible honor to serve this community here as the member of Provincial Parliament. And I came by, I got the invitation to come to Casa because Casa received an Ontario Trillium grant for $479,000 over 3 years. That's going to be used, yes, give them a big round of applause, guys. This is going to, something that's near and dear to me, it's going to develop digital skills, mentorship, and wellness support for women. And we need to get more women into technology, so I'm so glad that they've received this grant to provide that opportunity for people. Casa operates, their office is in my riding on Peter Street. They've been here since 2011. They've helped 9,000 businesses and 400 workers over the last year. It's just incredible the work that they do and all the services through their programs like Women Inspire, Friends of Africa, Entrepreneurship Exchange, and Black Advisory Hub. So thank you for all the work that you do. And I have a formal scroll to acknowledge the Ontario Trillium grant here, and it reads, as the member of Provincial Parliament for the riding of Spadina 4th York, it is my pleasure to present Casa Foundation with this certificate of congratulations on receiving an Ontario Trillium Foundation grant October 24th, 2025. Congratulations on receiving a Grow grant that will help expand your programs to empower women through digital skills, mentorship, and wellness support. Thank you for your continued leadership and dedication to advancing opportunity, inclusion, and empowerment for women, youth, and emerging leaders in Ontario. Chris Glover, MPP. Congratulations.
Can we unbounce it?
Thank you again, Member of Provincial Parliament, Chris Glover. It's such a joy, it's such a pleasure to welcome you here. Distinguished guests, as you've heard, it's been announced that this grant has been awarded to Casa Foundation to support women in their quest for digital expansion, growth in digital markets, setting up their e-commerce platforms, and so on. So reach out to us again. Casa Foundation is here having received this. This is an opportunity for you to connect with us and register for this program so that you can be a part of this new grant. I welcome you to ask questions across the room as we continue to network and as the marketplace continues to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. So as you can see, my background, I'm Jamaican by birth, and I moved to Canada when I was 14 years old. My mother came ahead of me and brought my sister and I in 1998 to Canada. I left Jamaica in grade 8. So when I came to Canada, one of the first things that I'm sure is common to most of us here in this room is that I was told right off the bat that I needed to start a grade back because I didn't have the Canadian education or Canadian experience. And over the years, this has been a point of advocacy for me, recognizing that youth of African descent, or Black youth in particular, Black communities here in Canada, and globally for that matter, are the most educated population. And above and beyond that, we know that we excel in academia. However, our employment prospects don't translate. They don't match where we are academically. So for me, achievement looks like I've had over 15 years of experience in the social work space. I hold a master and bachelor of social work degree, and I've amassed quite a bit of recognition because of the work that I do in social entrepreneurship. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on that because that's not the meat of the matter. What I really want to bring our attention to is the realities of social entrepreneurship. And as my colleague, the professor, talked about just shortly before me, the level of engagement in entrepreneurship. So there's 31.1% of Canadian-born Black workers with a university degree. They're overqualified. We're overqualified in a majority of the sectors that we engage in. And that's nearly 2 times the 17.6% among non-racialized Canadians. What you're seeing here, the image of a car wash, Amazon warehouse, or No Frills grocery store. How many of us have ever worked in any of these places? It's okay, you can raise your hand proudly. All right? That's where my social entrepreneurship journey started. I graduated, like I said, with a Master of Social Work, Bachelor of Social Work, and a Diploma in Child and Youth Work. So I was involved in social services for over 15 years. But when it came time for me to change direction, I had an interest in public policy development. When it came time for me to change directions, I couldn't get a job. These were my options. I interviewed at a car wash with a master's degree. I interviewed at an Amazon warehouse. Actually, they didn't even interview me. They didn't want to talk to me because they said, you don't belong here. And also, I worked at the grocery store as a cashier for just about 6 months because I could not find a job. So second generation Black Canadians are 29.6% overqualified for the jobs that we pursue, the available jobs, perceiving available jobs that are out there for us. For me, I didn't choose entrepreneurship. It chose me. And my reality was I had a young family. How many of us as entrepreneurs have young families that we have to provide for? Very good. No real career prospects. How many of us face that reality? Very good. What about bills piling up? That sounds a lot like our stories, right? So, how many of us have identified where systems could be improved to better support our communities? Absolutely, lots more people. So, if you've answered yes to any of these questions or a combination of these questions, guess what? You're a budding entrepreneur, absolutely. Yeah, come on, celebrate yourselves. Absolutely. So my journey of discovery and product exploration. So the images that you're seeing on your screen take you on a journey from 2022 to 2025. And the Black Diplomats Academy, which is a program under the former organization called Developing Young Leaders of Tomorrow Today, now called the Organization for Economic Development and Diplomacy. We've been engaged in the social development space, focusing on international relations, multilateral diplomacy since 2022. And our photos epitomize the work that we've been doing in Geneva, discussing education export, discussing youth engagement in international relations, policy advocacy, supporting the work of the Government of Canada in advancing the International Decade for People of African Descent. How many have heard of the International Decade for People of African Descent? I am not surprised. This is why our work is so important, because as a social entrepreneur, we find out where the problems and the gaps exist, and we move ahead with creating the solutions, implementing them, and then expanding and advancing the positive outcomes. The middle photo you saw you see there is in Jamaica, where we were attending the 49th Heads of Government of CARICOM meeting, where we were discussing why youth engagement in the public policy advancement and development and implementation process is so important. And the third photo there is at Carifesta in Barbados, where we were really there to amplify why cultural diplomacy is so important, and particularly the brand of Black cultural diplomacy. Why people of the Caribbean play such an integral part in helping to shape international and multilateral policy spaces. So, when we talk about reimagining social entrepreneurship to stimulate economic development and growth, what we know is that social entrepreneurs are tasked with job creation while addressing social challenges. We are the connectors between policy actors and communities, and we also are the first indicator of economic health. Why is that important? Because we are at a space right now, in a time and place right now, where our country is under threat. Our economic realities in Canada are under threat, and we can't look for external forces to help us solve our problems. We have to look internally at the strengths that we have in our country and call on those strengths, lean in on those strengths, lean in on social entrepreneurs to help solve these challenges that we see emerging. What we know is that majority of women-owned SMEs, small medium enterprises, generate over $90 billion in annual revenues and employ close to 1 million people. Let's celebrate that. And that data comes from the Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub, a repository of data that we can present to, my colleague talked about potential levels of funding. These are conversations and stats that we need to have readily available so that we can share them with potential funders, but that we can also inform government of what is working in the Black community in terms of business development. Okay. So far, over the last 4 years, at the Black Diplomats Academy, we have trained over 120 youth of African descent between the ages of 18 to 35 in policy advocacy, training about the Sustainable Development Goals at the United Nations level, providing opportunities for experiential learning at the United Nations level in both Geneva and New York, we've had engagement at the World Trade Organization and beyond, preparing our young people who are interested in becoming the next generation of diplomats, ambassadors, and representatives of our countries, not just here in Canada, but across the world. We've also had engagement in over 8 different countries. We've consulted with federal government departments and provincial departments, and now branching into municipal departments as well, for mutual connection between the work that we're doing at the international level. A really amazing stat that we have is last year's application for just 30 seats at the Black Diplomats Academy. We have over 2,500 applicants globally. That is beyond any number that a college or university sees for their public policy program. So you know that our work is rooted in community. It is informed by the Black experience. It is designed and with a nuanced experience and approach so that when our young people meet a prime minister of any country, they are able to talk about the challenges that are in those countries because they've had the opportunity to engage internationally in one space through the Black Diplomats Academy. So for social entrepreneurs, we don't have a product per se, we don't have a tangible thing that you can come and buy at a storefront, but what we have is a service. So what we have done as the Black Diplomats Academy is that our product is our service. So we've directly trained over 125 youth in the niche field of diplomacy. We've addressed skills and network access gaps through experiential learning opportunities, and we have a 5-year proven record to attract employers, funders, and investors as a sustainable workforce development partner. Our product highlights include policy-oriented systems analysis. If I had more time, I'd break that down a little bit more. But we have revenue diversification, sustainable economic development, and export-ready services. I won't go through all of them because I'm mindful of the time and I want to have questions if possible. MSMEs really are agile to meet emerging needs, one being already discussed the technology demands. And I'll just stop here at the number of partners that we've amassed over the 5 years. We started at 1 partner, and we're now at 18. And that's how you know that social entrepreneurship drives innovation and economic development. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Candies. Thank you. We only have time for 1 question. So if we have 1 question in the room, we're going to take it and move to the next workshop. Okay, so Candies is still going to be here, so feel free to approach her to ask her anything you would like to know. So we can give her a round of applause while she's going back to her seat. And we're going to start with our next 10-minute workshop, which is going to be about financial literacy. How to start and expand your business. This workshop is going to be presented by Bunmi Bamigbola. She's a branch manager at Scotiabank. So Bunmi Bamigbola is a seasoned finance professional with over 2 decades of experience spanning retail banking, business banking, and leadership. She's known for her authenticity and strategic insights. She has built a distinguished career helping individuals plan for the future and guiding businesses through complex financial landscapes. So everybody, let's welcome Bunmi to the stage for our 10 minutes workshop followed by 3 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Okay, it's still morning, but I need some energy in the room. I want to start by saying thank you to Dr. Olu and Casa Foundation for the opportunity to be speaking. I know I have 10 minutes and I'm going to try to do my best to bring the meat out of the pudding and make it short, sharp, and effective. It's interesting that the first 2 people that went ahead talked about the resources that are available to businesses And the second person already made us understand that regardless of whether you started a business today or not, you may actually be a budding entrepreneur. So turn to the person beside you and say, you may be a budding entrepreneur. Actually, you are a budding entrepreneur. Yes. When you talk about starting a business or expanding or growing your business, there are three pillars, I call them three pillars of business. Sales and marketing, building your operations, and managing money. So if you don't even take away anything else today, I want you to take away the fact that when you're thinking about your business as a startup or as a growing entrepreneur, you need to lay a lot of emphasis on these three spaces or areas of your business. The next thing you need to know is your business is you. When you come to us as a bank, and this is one key challenge that we always have. Business owners feel like your personal credits. So one of the challenges that Professor Odoi mentioned is credits, and the fact that we don't take enough responsibility for keeping clear accounts and bookkeeping. Definitely we see it across board every time you come to us to ask for funding. Now, we feel like our personal credit is not important because it's the business, but the truth about it is, to us, you are the business and the business is you. So it's the first thing to know is that it's about you. It's all about you. Again, if you have a writing pen, the first question you should ask yourself is, who are you? What are the things that are important to you? What's your value? What's your goal? What's your purpose? Why do you even want to go into this business? Sometimes you need to ask yourself personality questions. Am I introverted? Am I extroverted? What do I like? Am I the life of the party in that particular space? Maybe that's what would turn out to be a business for you. There's a saying that goes, start a business that you love. So find out what it is about you that you enjoy. Write it down. I think you should have something that shows you. Write down 2 things about yourself that you love. 2 things about yourself that you love. Put it down, and then think about 2 business opportunities that you can generate from there. There's the other thing that I want to mention before I take any questions or get off. I thought about, if I was to leave here today, what would I want you to remember? You need a business plan. You need a business plan. Casa Foundation is doing a lot of work around helping and supporting business entrepreneurs. I know that for those of us that are taking advantage of the Black Advisory Hub, that's a lot of support coming from there. But Scotiabank also does have programs where we support businesses, one of which is why I'm here standing today, making myself available to answer some of your credit/banking related questions. We do have on Scotiabank website a free business plan that you can use. So say you've never done a business plan, you don't know what that looks like, www.scotiabank.com/plan writer. Again, I will be right there after the session. I'll be around in the marketplace. You can walk up to me, ask me questions, I can show you what those look like. So you need a business plan. Your business plan must have clear description as to what the business is about, what you're looking for, what you need, and what that looks like as a whole for you. Because when you come to us, we will look at that. 2 years, 3 years projection included in your business plan as well. You come to me and you say you want a loan, you're starting a business. There are opportunities for startups, but again, what are you bringing to the table? What's your own piece of the pie in this business? What's your plan? We would need to see that clearly documented. So business plan is very important as you start out the journey, either starting or growing or expanding your business opportunity. Oh, I moved. Yes, market research. I like what Peter Drucker says about marketing. He says, the aim of marketing is to know and understand the customer so well, the product or service fits him and sells itself. Kate says the customer's perception is your reality. Your customer is your biggest asset as a business owner. You cannot do without them. So you're starting up a business, ask questions. Find curious questions, questions that will not just give you a yes or no answer. Find customers, identify who those people are that you're looking to bring into the business. Ask questions, have surveys, send out surveys if you have to, focus groups, talk to your family members, talk to your friends. I have this idea. What do you think about the pricing? What do you think about the packaging? This is what I'm thinking. Do not be afraid to ask questions and get responses that maybe say, oh no, it's not great. It only gives you an opportunity to get better. So market research, again, if we think about the obstacle that we have with accessing resources that are available to us, goes back to these kind of things. We don't know what is out there if we don't go after the information that is out there. So for you to have a successful business as well, you need to do a lot of research. Remember, when you come to the bank, again, same thing. It has to go into your business plan. What have you done? What do you know about the current trends? What do you know about the market space that you're looking to go into? All this we'll want to see, and the only way is by asking questions and just getting out there to make those inquiries and be bold. Vision. Vision is a picture of where you think or where you see your business going. What does that look like? It still has to go into your business plan, because you need to be able to tell us what you see now, 5, 10 years down the line. You need to be able to show that to us in your vision. What are the values of the business? We need to know that this business, we need to understand the values of the business, because we then will place it against the bank's values. Does this align with what we want to do or what we want to invest in? Vision is important, not too ambiguous. Don't make it ambiguous, make it as simple as possible. Because again, when you go to pitch, even if you're not coming to the bank, whoever it is that you're fundraising from, wherever you're going, we heard it even from the government, these questions will be asked. You need to be able to present clear-cut, answers to what it is that you are looking for and why you want us to give you money. So vision is very important. Well, I don't know. Do we know why 90% of businesses fail? Anybody yell it out? Consistency, great try, anything? We talked about it so far. I mentioned it at the beginning. Sorry? Money, yeah, great. Money management, cash flow planning, mismanagement, poor financial planning. At least from a financial industry perspective, those are the things we see. Still going back to what Prof even mentioned. Credit issues, financing challenges, but all of this you would be able to solve for if we actually sit down and do the research and ask the right questions. But that's just some stats. We can move on. I talked about building your business plan. We can move on. Yes, finding your advisors. This is another myth or a challenge that we come across. A lot of times, while we do understand that as a startup, you don't have a lot of resources available, or you think you don't have a lot of resources, because just now we've heard even from Kate that there's resources available. So there are resources available, we just need to go after them. But as a startup, one of the challenges is funding. But we need help. Say you want to start a business and you're not a lawyer. The lawyer is there because he understands the legal implications of whatever you're doing. The accountant is there. Why are we having struggles putting our financial statement together? I'm not an accountant. I didn't go to school to study accounting. I should be able to engage an accountant to help me do that. That's what they're paid for. That's the skill they learned. You need lawyers, you need bankers, you need accountants, you need mentors, you need coaches. But again, sitting down to count the cost will help you identify the stage at which you are and where you can really engage these people. You may be able to find those partners in your family, amongst your family, and come up with a strategy that maybe would not cost you much at that point in time. You have a lawyer family member. Pitch your business to them and see where they want to come in, see how. Maybe they want to become a partner with you. Maybe that's how they would help you. Find advisors. Don't take that for granted. We've talked a lot about raising startup funds already. I'm going to skip that. We've talked about finding partners as well. Get your business up and running. Well, this is where we come into play. You have to register your business, of course, but don't rush to register your business if you haven't counted, because you haven't done all the pre-work. You don't know much about your market. Don't do that, because we see that too. And then your account gets closed because it's running in overdraft because the business is not functional. So count the cost first. Register your business, and of course, we're here to open the account for you. Walk into the bank. I can definitely tell you what else you need. If you walk up to me to ask me what you need to get into the bank and open an account, if you're at that spot where you want to open an account. One thing I think I need to clarify, 3 types of businesses, major types of business registrations that you have. You have the sole prop, you have the partnerships, and you have the incorporated. There is a misconstruction that because you are an incorporated company, when you come to the bank, we only run credit check on the business. Again, the business is you, you are the business. It doesn't matter whether you're incorporated or not.
Meeting founders, ideas turning into invoices, partnerships becoming payroll. You convene, you coach, you connect, and that's how our ecosystem grows. So I want to thank you so much for the work that you do every day. Through your Black Advisory Hub, you're helping entrepreneurs navigate programs, secure financing, and finding mentors who really understand their markets. And you're turning "where do I start" into "watch me scale." And that is incredible work. And every year that I come here to this event, I continue to meet new Black entrepreneurs who are doing amazing things. And some of you who might not know my story, my parents immigrated here from the Philippines to Kitwe, Zambia, Africa, where I was born. And growing up in Kitwe instilled in me the values of resilience, hard work, and community. And I have carried those values, and they've guided me ever since. And now, as the minister responsible for small business, I know that supporting small businesses, especially our Black entrepreneurs, isn't just the right thing to do, it is smart economics. When Black entrepreneurs succeed, Canada succeeds. And this is why I'm so pleased, if you missed the announcement, to share that earlier this week I announced that our federal government is investing $189 million to extend the Black Entrepreneurship Program for 5 more years. Yes! This means more capital, more hands-on resources, stronger networks just like this one, so that more Black entrepreneurs can start up, scale up, and build Canada strong. So what does this mean for Black entrepreneurs, in case you are not familiar with the Black Entrepreneurship Program? This means accessible financing so you can actually reach your goals, you can buy equipment, hire staff, and manage your cash flow. You'll have trusted mentorship and accelerators that fit your business stage in your sector, and you'll have networks that open doors to customers, contracts, and export opportunities. And better yet, access to data and research to support and keep improving your results to keep growing. And so yes, we're putting real weight behind it. So I just want to break down what this Black entrepreneurship has. We're putting $100 million to expand resources, accelerators, and mentorship, and $70 million to increase accessible financing through B.E.S.T. And this is led by them to support this entire community. And over $7 million to deepen research to programs to follow the evidence that deliver measurable outcomes. This is what I consider to be momentum you can actually feel. Idea to invoice, side hustle to payroll, which I'm very familiar with being an entrepreneur myself, and first customer to first export. It's about dignity, prosperity, and intergenerational wealth for Black entrepreneurs. And it's about making sure that the next generation doesn't have to fight for the same battles to get a fair shot. And so I want to thank Casa Foundation that you've been a force multiplier for this work, led by Dr. Olu. You have been the front door for so many founders, that steady hand on hard days, the champion on the good ones. So to every entrepreneur here tonight, we see your grit, We believe in your vision, and with this investment in the Black Entrepreneurship Program, we're going to continue to help you succeed. So congratulations again. I hope you had a very fruitful summit. I've heard some already great stories about how this weekend has come to play. Again, I'm going to continue to be here, continue to be a friend of Africa. Let's make the next 15 even bolder. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, and let's build together.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Hello, everybody. So, this is Casa Foundation. This is what we do almost every year. Today is our 15th year of doing this, and so we are excited to be here this morning.
Okay, cool. No, I think it.
At this point,
I know with mine you don't
now
have
is our
to necessarily see it.
And
there's a button that I usually press on the screen to get rid of it, but
some
that's
resources
okay.
that are
As
available
long as it doesn't show on the actual video itself, I guess that's fine.
and some of our
Another thing,
mentors
the
here
monitor's
will
not
attest to the fact that
working.
through
I
the
just
Black
turned it on
Advisory
and it's
Hub,
saying no
we do
input.
training.
Everything's plugged in.
We train you guys on financial analysis, financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and how to become a strong entrepreneur here in Canada and beyond. So we're excited to have you here today. So it's just going to be 10 minutes of your time, where we're going to take you through some funding opportunities that are available here in Canada. As you know, Canada is a vast nation, and so normally when we are talking, we like to break it down into provincial and federal as well. And so I'm glad to be here, and
there's one right there. I can't
today,
get it on the thing.
but this is the workshop session at this point. So some of the funding opportunities that we have here in Canada federally is one that we call Strategic Innovation Fund. As you see, the world is evolving in recent times. So many things are happening. And so the government of Canada have a fund that they call, or they named Strategic Innovation Fund. This have a window starting in 2026, which is next year, where the government is focusing on businesses that are dealing with clean energy, clean technology, to help transform the organization and projects that they intend to do. So that fund has been made available for Canadian businesses to thrive. And so if you are here today and you want to have access to that, that's one of the areas that you need to look at, those in the technology field and innovation. Now when we talk of innovation, those who have been attending our Black Advisory Hall program here at Casa, you will know that we get a lot of students that come to us that have new ideas, and that's where the world is going. So anyone that has any new innovative ideas should try to talk to us and to get access to that fund. That fund is based or is federally grant that is available. We also have what we call the Digital Adoption Program. Now this program is for the Canadian businesses to adapt to new strategies and in terms of them developing like their websites, anything that has to do with digital and innovation. That's what they call the Digital Adoption Program. There's a fund out there that starts from as minimum as 5,000 all the way up to over 50,000 and change. And so that's something that we would also need to look at. So today, I'm putting up some slides that I'll be talking to you. As I'm talking, you'll be looking at, and those are some of the advantages that you are here today to take a look at. You should also take a look at the fact that the statistics are below there. That tells you that is available, the funds that are available. Now, if you are here and you haven't gotten access to any of these funds, the problem will be that you are not doing a lot of research, or even if you've done the research, it means that you have not necessarily taken a look at how to get access to those grants in terms of you presenting your business plans, which is very essential. In the Black Advisory Hub at Casa, we teach business plan preparation and even presentation and how you can get access to funding through the traditional banks as well as other stakeholders, other funders that might be available. And so that's also something that you need to take a look at. We also have the Trade and Export Assistance Fund. That's also available federally as well. So these are the resources that I'm talking about. If you look, we also have the Canada EDC, Export Development Fund is also available. Now how how does this fund works? This export development is a simple tool methodology that the government uses to fund organizations. Now, if you're a Canadian business that is intending to do business outside of Canada, and you have a partner outside of Canada that you want to develop your business, you can get access to this export development fund. It's for the government to be able to, encourage Canadian businesses to do business outside and beyond the territories and the country Canada. So Export and Trade Assistance Fund is also available for funding to help international businesses here in Canada to grow internationally. And so that's one of the areas that we need to look at strategically in terms of developing your business. Now, for any business to thrive, one of the things that you need is capital. A lot of the time, we teach at Casa that to start a business, you don't necessarily have to go for a loan. That's why you need to explore to see how you can get access to some of these fundings that are available. Most of them are grants. Even if they are loans, they are very low interest loans that are available for you to start your business with. The BDC, Business Development Bank of Canada, also have low interest loans that they normally give to businesses for them to be successful. And these are some of the things that you need to take a look at. Instead of going for high rate interest loans for something like about 12%, 13%, 14%, they have low rate at 6% and so on and so forth. Now, most of the time, if you are in business and your business has not been in existence for 2 years or more, you tend to have it becomes very difficult for you to get access to funding because the Canadian government will look at your credit history. Now, but when you go to these banks that are mentioned on the trade and export funding and also the BDC, Export Development Canada funds that are mentioned, they will not necessarily look at that. They will look at your forecast, your projections, to see whether indeed your business will thrive. And so if you are in a business that is looking at futuristic opportunities, you stand a chance of getting that fund. So in business, anytime you want to be successful, to start a business, you don't have to start with loans. Otherwise, you will find yourself wanting. You want to be able to have access to funding and grow the business. We also have what they call the Workforce Development and Skills Training Fund. So that you can also use to help your organization to train your people to become more, abreast to the test of time. And that the government also have funding purposely directed to skills force training and all that. So as you attend programs like this, as we are celebrating our 15th anniversary, you see people now becoming to this room. We have leaders of thoughts who will be here that you can connect to network with them, and they will tell you that throughout the history of Casa, they've been able to connect and have been able to become very successful business people just by coming and attending some of these workshops to know what is out there. So it's not necessarily knowing what is out there only. By you knowing what is out there, how do you actually perform better or act in the right way to get access to that funding? Globally, when you look at Canada, in terms of diversity of the country, you look and say that there are no opportunities for certain group of people, but that's not true. The government also have the Black Business Fund that is available for young entrepreneurs who want to, come up with strategic solutions to help deal with Canada's increasing unemployment rates, which the government is trying to help reduce. And so, if you have a new idea, those funds are out there. You have to ask about it, study it, and you'll be able to be successful. So these are some of the key, government business support programs that are available. You can take note of, so that as you leave this room, you can be able to digest some of these things, understand them. I'll be available working around the whole day. I'm seated right across here. If you want to talk to me more, to learn more about some of these opportunities, I'll be more than willing to help you to get access to this funding so that we can get our businesses to elevate and be successful here in Canada. Like I said, the opportunities are enormous, and it is time for us to take advantage of that, especially the young people among us, the youth. The future belongs to you, but if you are not able to take charge to take charge of what the future holds, you'll be left behind. A lot of the time you finish school and you'll be complaining about the fact that there are no jobs. But the fact is that if there are no jobs, then create it. Create a job for yourself, hire people, and get the ideas that you have, you can make it to become successful for you. So these are some of the top business opportunities that are out there. I'm talking about innovation. You can see technology is the area that you need to focus on and all that. So today, like I said, this is the workshop session. We would have more time, breakout sessions. I think that we don't want to break out the session, but this is what we are having here. So if you have more questions for me, I'm willing to do that. Okay. So I'll be willing to pause a little bit to ask the audience to ask some questions. But like I said, it's a packed program today, so we're not going to spend too much time on this. But just for you to know that these are some of the opportunities that the government of Canada actually have that we can take advantage of. I just gave you a few from the federal side. Now from the Ontario side, we also have the FEDEP, which is the Ontario Business Expansion Program. That's very, very essential program that you need to take a hard look at. The FEDEP, the Ontario Business Expansion Program. This is to inject capital into businesses to enable them to become successful. So at this point, I'm going to pause for a while, and just for some couple of minutes. I only have like 3 minutes to leave the stage. I'll be back again on other panels. But if you have any questions for me pertaining opportunities that are available for Canadian businesses, or some of the things that I've just mentioned, both federally and provincially, I'll be more than willing to answer them now on the stage. If not, we would come back again to talk more about this. But these are some of the business opportunities that the Canadian government has. As you can see, it's enormous in all aspects, in all fields, but mainly in technology and innovation. The opportunities are there. Any type of business that you come up with, the funding is there. Get access to it, take charge, and make your business grow. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Professor Odoi. We still have 3 minutes for questions.
Good to see all of you. Thank you so much, because I know for sure you could have been doing anything on the Saturday morning, resting at home, but here we are. So it's great to have you. A few questions. And I know that we really definitely have to take advantage of the fact that we have our bankers, financial institutions, our partners in the room today. It's so important. It's really important. Professor made his presentation, and that's why we usually start this with like town hall sessions before the panels start. Why? Because we realize that every time we teach, remember again we have the Black Academy and the HOP and so on, anytime we're at those sessions, the recurring questions remain. How do I get capital? How do I get sponsorship? How do I get mentorship? Why do I get turned down? And so Bunmi, for instance, she clearly articulated that. I call her PB actually. She actually tried to clarify that. But I had a few questions from some of the students. We have quite a number of our academy founders also in the room today, and so we'll be introducing them at some point and networking with them. And a few people said to us, Doctor, can you help us remind some of the bankers in the room? And we have quite a number of introducing them. That some of us are bootstrapping, so we don't have access. We're bootstrapping, so we really can't afford the lawyer, the partners, those big names, because we're bootstrapping ourselves. So how can we get some support with that? I think we also have somebody from BDC, so maybe, I'm not sure if the regular money, the deposit money banks have those facilities, but we'll also interact with you anyway, since we have a networking coming up. But I think that it remains a major challenge, a major gap. The fact that because of the struggles, the accountant is clear, it's needed, he's needed, or she's needed, but he can't afford it. So where do we go from there? Maybe friends and family could step in, maybe we could have people support, but I wanted to clarify that because of those questions. I guess they didn't want to ask, maybe they just wanted to remain anonymous when they sent that to me. So anyway, back to my speech. It's great to have you here, and it's not a speech per se. I cannot but mention the profound contributions of our indigenous hosts who have allowed institutions past and present to share this land that we're standing on today. Their stewardship has not only nurtured this land, but also unlocked its vast potential for all of us. And so thank you again for joining us this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, permit me to acknowledge our public and private sector leaders that are in the room with us today. Some of them will be joining us later. But I just need to mention the fact that we also have with us here with us today, the Consul General of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you again for joining us. You're really welcome. And the special advisor also is here with us. Thank you. We have with us also today the Honorable Jean Augustine, the first female black cabinet member of the government of Canada. Seated with us here today. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. We have quite a number of people. Some of our speakers are in the room, executives from TD Bank, so the Scotia, you already listened to them. We have quite a number of you. I really can't mention everyone's name. I see TMU represented also here. And we have a lot of those other ones coming in. Later on today, we'll have a keynote speech delivered to us by the Honorable Minister Rechie Valdez, who will be speaking to us on some of the new initiatives, particularly because of the fact that the Black Entrepreneurship Program of 189 million was launched this week on Monday at 10 a.m. I don't know the time because that's so important to me. The first iteration of that fund was 401 million, with about 200 million given to designated as a Black Loan Fund, which is why it's so important to listen to some of the bankers, because the Black Loan Fund gives us an opportunity to borrow 25,000 to 250,000. But that program expired on the 31st of March this year. And so a lot of groups became quite worried. It became concerning, like, are they going to renew this or not? Yes, it was done Monday morning, 10 o'clock this week. And so it's been renewed for another 5 years. And that's really great for all of us ecosystem partners and the people in the room today, because that's some of the things we can talk about when she comes. If you have questions, you can save them until then. All right. So today, again, I'm really thrilled, not only because it's the 15th anniversary of Friends of Africa, but more importantly because of what Friends of Africa now represents. The fact that we have a lot of Afro-Caribbean counterparts, we have our BIPOC counterparts. Some of them have spoken this morning. Candies spoke about the work that they do in the space. And so this is really important to us. We have the president of Ghana, Canadian Chamber of Commerce here, we work with them. We have the Malian group, which is the Mali-Canada Chamber of Commerce. They're here with us today, all the way from Ottawa. And thank you again for joining us. And then we also have with us in the room today, the delegation from Accra, Ghana. And that's the Canada-Ghana Chamber of Commerce, all the way from Accra. Thank you again, Mr. Wilkie. I know you have the I know you're there, somewhere in the room. Yeah, thank you for joining us from Accra. And so we have some of these delegations coming in, and this is what we usually get at Friends of Africa every year. Why is this important to us? Why is it important to have all of these people join us? Of course, we know they're there, but there's always an opportunity for us to interact in the room and have the people shaping business in their own different spaces. Chambers of commerce, people that are founders, people that are business owners, people who have founded their own initiatives, creators, who can actually explain to us, if you're nice, or share some insights as to how they started their businesses, the pains, the journey. Remember again, someone said, I think that was PB, who said, we're all entrepreneurs in the making. Even when we're working as as professional, in professional careers. Because you could be an entrepreneur right in that office, shaping how things are done and creating new initiatives because of your creativity and your innovation. And so we want you all, I encourage you highly to keep an open mind, because the opportunities are immense. In this room today are the people who shape the nature of entrepreneurship in their own workspaces or in the business field, various sectors represented. And I say that clearly because I now know that in 1 minute or two, I would have to lead you into that room where we have a lot of entrepreneurs displaying their goods. And I insisted that it's so important for us to see what they are doing. I know that brunch is scheduled for maybe another 5 minutes so that we can all go out and really have our hot breakfast and serve ourselves, but it's important that we get to see what they do, the creativity, the innovation, their initiatives, their ideas. These are business owners that have been trained, or that are in training, or that have expanded, are scaling, or are looking for capital, and they have their goods at the marketplace. The government is represented there, private sector is represented there, some colleges are represented there, and they're right next door. It's at that center that we would be having other people encourage them. Of course, they also need a lot of encouragement with a lot of bootstrapping going on. And so without further ado, this morning, I'm going to invite all of us to go into that room, and then Madam Jean will also be addressing us there at the marketplace. As we go back, we're expected to go have some breakfast, and then we highly encourage everyone after the networking to then come sit in the room, because the panel discussions will start. And it's really important. I really want us to focus on that, because the next person seated beside you, the person seated beside you, could actually be a solution to maybe one or two of the gaps and the challenges that you've been faced with in the marketplace, or maybe in your career. You just never know. And I wrap up by sharing a quick story. In 2011, when I came into Canada, I was looking, I had 17 years stint in investment banking. I was vice president of one of the foremost investment banking groups in Africa, with a branch in the UK. And I was struggling between those two offices, of course, seemingly carrying the burden of the institution on my shoulders and going up and down, because I was vice president of investment banking. And so that has to do with funds management, capital investments, and so on. And I thought that was where it all ended. But then the global financial crisis happened. And so I had to be in Canada, right? So that's how I found myself here. But in the process, I had to look for a job in the same field. I didn't find that job so quickly. That's why I came into entrepreneurship. That's how it happened for me. Like somebody said, entrepreneurship chose her. I don't think it chose me like that. I think I had to go look for it because there was no other option. So, different strokes for different folks. And I know that each one of us, we're at different junctures in our journey. In my own journey, I looked for it because I had to put my hands to work. And that was how I found entrepreneurship. But I found entrepreneurship because of the connections that I had made. The fact that I didn't even understand what was there to do. It was so, But then a few people in our group said to us, there's a gap here, there's a gap here. Why don't you find out this gap with your experience, with your, your education and all of that? Find out if you can plug this gap, because you have so much. And I said, I've never done business in my life. I don't even know how to do it. I've never tried it, 17 years. He said, try. And that was how we started putting pen to paper, making presentations, putting proposals together, to the connections, the cloud, the people, your network. And then you submit to this, you submit to that, you say, oh no, this can never be, oh no, doctor, oh no, this nobody will listen to you, So, I want to say to you, those people that sat with me in the same room, that I kept networking with, they were the ones that I shared those things with. School friends that we graduated together were the first set of people to put money into it. Don't waste your relationships. Thank you again, everyone.
Merci beaucoup. Et bonjour tout le monde. I'm so very pleased to have the opportunity to chair this panel. It seems to me that this is my job from year to year. Where is Dr. Ulu? I think I will ask for an increase. What is it called when you ask for an increase year over year over year? So I'm so very pleased too that I have with me in person, and I think we having also a couple people online, virtually, and we'll see how things develop. This is a very special panel, and the objective of this panel is to explore the current state and the future potential of Canada-Africa trade. The word trade is very popular these days, but especially around the word tariffs. I think any one of us turning on any part of our social media or any part of media would see top of the news the word tariff and the discussion around tariffs. But we want to look at opportunities and challenges to grow that potential that there is between Canada and Africa. The discussion hopes to cultivate strategies of partnership and possible policy interventions to support the trade relations or relationship between Canada and African markets. Who better to speak to that than the panelists that we brought to us today. What I will do is introduce the panelists so that I don't have to stop in between to introduce each person as they speak. And we have about 30 minutes for a discussion, and we'll hear from you from the floor. So if you can get your questions or your comments kind of written and wait to the end of all the panelists, then we'll ask you for your intervention. We hope to have the session over by 1:50 so that we can get our program continuing in timely fashion. So let me begin then with the panelists to my left. City Councillor in Kitchener, Ontario, Councillor Ayo Odoi. Councillor Ayo represents Ward 5 in Kitchener. He's a management consultant and a keynote speaker for over 13 years of experience in leadership, entrepreneurship, strategic consulting. He's originally from Lagos, Nigeria, and he moved to Canada in 2016 and has since worked with organizations across North America and Africa to build inclusive leadership cultures and high-performing teams. I think you have the bio of individuals in your booklet, so I won't be reading all of the information and the past experience of our panelists. Our next panelist is the Honorable James Yake Keeson, who is a Deputy Minister, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Ghana. And so he's not here, and you will be speaking on his behalf. And you are Honorable Kobina Taylor. Our next panelist, who might be joining us virtually, Dr. Nancy Adosi, is a senior international professional with 15 years plus of experience advancing trade and socioeconomic development across Africa and North America. She has served as the head of UNECA and AU Special Projects Liaison Unit at the IOM, where she led high-level engagement with the African Union and global partners to implement cross-border mobility frameworks. I have no information about our next speaker who is joining us virtually, and I hope he is, because he's been here every year. Adekunle Akintayo is a Technical Director, Energy Group, United Kingdom, but he works out of Qatar Petroleum, with responsibility for production, management, distribution, and he has vast experience. He holds an MBA from Manchester Business School and MSc in mechatronics. I don't even know what that is. from King's College, London, and a B in engineering, mechanical engineering from Nigeria's University of Lagos. So, joining us virtually, welcome Mr. Adekunle Akintayo. We have 5 questions, and we'll just go around with our panelists, jump in at any point in time, interact with each other, because this is what a panel discussion is, and we'll move through quickly so that the audience can have an opportunity for their own interventions. So, question number 1. They usually say start with the easy question. According to Global Affairs Canada, the value of two-way merchandise trade between Canada and Africa increased by 6.6 billion over the last 5 years, bringing the number of 16.3 billion in 2024. And the question begs, what factors are driving this growth? And how can we sustain and grow these economic ties? So we moved from 6.6 billion over the last 5 years to 16.3 billion. So what is driving the growth? And how can we sustain this growth? So would you start us off, Mr. Taylor?
So thank you for this opportunity. It's a great honor to be here today. I think over the period we've seen a lot of information flow. There's been a lot of education in terms of the private sector for them to know that the continent has a lot of potential in terms of resources, markets, and innovation. We can also see both inbound and outbound trade missions over the period. A lot of them have taken place, and I think that is a very positive signal. We need to keep that momentum, because it's all about passing on trade information for the prospective investors to know what is going on in our various countries. And as our honorable member said, Africa is not just one mass, but different continents, different countries with a lot of potential. And I think the trade agencies in this country are beginning to get that information rightly. And of course, the embassies and the trade missions are also interfacing with them on a constant basis so that they know what we have in our various countries. So I believe these are some of the key drivers that has led to this growth trajectory. Thank you.
Thank you. So the importance of trade missions, and many of you would know that if you watch the scene, you would see mission after mission coming to Toronto, coming to various aspects of various sectorial things happening, and this is really very good news. So, Ayo, you were on the ground, now tell us what we can sustain this.
So I think the beauty that I can bring to our conversation is I'm going to be speaking from the city level. We like to say that the city is close to the businesses and we're closer to the people. So we're able to give you perspective on the ground, as you say. One of the things that I've noticed and experienced over the past few years is a large influx of international talents that has moved into the city of Kitchener, for example. I remember in 2016, the Nigerian community, for example, we probably only had 30 people in the WhatsApp group. And as of last month, we have over 4,000 people that have moved in a span of a really short period of time, 5 years. So when these individuals coming in, they're coming in with ideas, they're coming in with talents, they're coming in with business ideas, they're looking to explore. Many reach out to the city to ask questions. Many are bringing some of the businesses that they were doing back home, or connecting to some of the businesses that they know back home. And when you have a lot of that happening, that creates the energy that is needed, that initiates a lot of these things that are taking place. I'll give you an example. There is a particular individual who started a Nigerian store, for example, where you can buy all your Nigerian groceries. It was the only one as of 5-6 years ago, but now we have about 5 of them in that small little city of ours. But because of that store opening, now you have a lot more importing of Nigerian goods, and we have a large Ghanaian community as well. So a lot of importing of Ghanaian goods that are coming in now. Restaurants are popping up. And there's a lady now that is selling, I don't know the English word. The Nigerian word is omo. So if anyone can translate, I think it's cow skin. You know, so it's cow skin? Thank you very much. I went to school, I remember, which is good. So she is starting that business over in our area. There is, you know, we eat it with, our local ingredients are coming in a lot more over time as well. So I would say because of the influx of the talent, it's creating the energy and the buzz that is driving this at the local level, per se as well.
That is, that's a very, very important point. And that is, we have to consider in the discussion when we talk about Africa, Canada, that we're also talking about the metropolitan areas, because this is where the communities come together, and the communities help to sustain not only the friendship, the relationships, but also the business ventures. Mr. Akintayo, are you there? Is Kotchapaw with us?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Well, hello to you. After not having spoken to you for 1 year, what is going on in Qatar?
Thank you. Well, we're doing very well. Thank you. Thank you for having me again, and congratulations to Casa for your 15th anniversary.
Looking at us from that distance, can you say anything as to how we could sustain that economic growth, Canada, Africa?
I think I will just follow on with what Mr. Ayo just said. I think, you know, the great thing is we can never underestimate what small businesses can do, what SMEs can do. And it's so important to hear, you know, small businesses coming up, selling day-to-day things, because that is so helpful. I believe I was reading that recently that the remittances that go between Africa and Canada maybe it's gone about 5-6-fold in the last 5 years, and most of that is driven by this small level of transactions than businesses. People taking products from Canada, clothing, small electronics and things like that, back home, transferring funds back home, and bringing food products and other products from Africa to Canada. You mentioned that there's been about 6.6 billion in businesses. With South Africa alone, we've done business of the order of 2.9 billion just last year between Canada and South Africa. So there's a lot of money that is going between Canada and Africa because of the small businesses. And that's something that all of us should be proud about. But we'd like to see it go to even a greater level, and we will talk about that more as we go into these discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Nancy, Dr. Nancy Adosi. Have we got Dr. Nancy? Okay. You are a senior international policy professional.
Very well. I just thank you so much for this opportunity to Casa Foundation. But I just quickly wanted to point out that one of the major reasons for this growth that we're seeing is Africa's own policy transformation that has happened over the past 5 years. And actually, I can say over the past 7 years, because the AFCFTA came into establishment in 2018, and as a result of that, 2 years after, what we've witnessed is that a lot of countries are starting to engage with Africa because of the AFCFTA, because now it is one market for 1.4 billion people. One market for 1.4 billion people, because of the AFCFTA, is now predictable. The more predictable a market is, the more countries want to partner with the continent of Africa. So that's one of the biggest contributors to this growth. Thank you.
Could you continue on then as I ask the second question? And the second question speaks about the imbalance between the merchandise exchange. In other words, while exports have increased 13%, imports from Africa have increased 109%. So what factors are driving this imbalance? How can we increase Canada's exports to Africa? In other words, we see it's not an equal playing field, as it were, with the flow of goods and services.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I think one of the major observations that I personally made in terms of what's coming into Africa and what's coming towards Canada from Africa is that what's coming from Canada is mostly machinery and fertilizers. So things that are helping Africa to build its agriculture sector and to build its manufacturing sector. And what's going from Africa to Canada is mostly gold and energy, and I think this is true for pretty much every single country that the continent deals with. So that imbalance there is mainly focused on commodity concentration that we're seeing, and this is unfortunate, but also it's fortunate in terms of what we're looking at in the future of Canada. I think the second thing is market access and perception of Africa. So prior to the AFCFTA, the reason why I mentioned the establishment of the AFCFTA is that Africa, as a continent, used to be seen as an unpredictable, unstable market. And what the African Union has been able to do with the AFCFTA is say, instead of us all different 55 nations having different markets, let's build one market and make it more predictable for our future partners. So that change has happened in Africa, but the perception of Africa has not changed when we're looking at important partners such as Canada. So I think that perception barrier is there and it's persisting, it's changing. However, it's still there and it's persisting. And then finally, I think one of the biggest things that I've seen from both sides, from working in Canada and also working in Africa, is that there is that trade facilitation gap. And what I mean by that is that instead of us focusing on all 55, there are 55 countries, member states in Africa. And yet when we talk about trade and when we talk about facilitation of trade, we think oftentimes of the countries that have already been mentioned by my fellow panelists: Nigeria, South Africa, perhaps Kenya, and Egypt and Morocco, and Ghana. Those are the main countries that I hear all the time. And I'm always there as a trade expert to remind people there are 55 countries, which means there are 55 opportunities for trade, which means there are 55 ways that you can look into the market of Africa and say, where can I come in? And also for 55 opportunities to flow into Canada. So I think that trade facilitation gap is another reason why we have this imbalance. I'll leave it here for any follow-up questions that you may have. Thank you.
Yes, I will ask you, I think I should call you Mr. I say Ayo, and you were okay with that?
Perfectly.
Councillor Ayo?
No, just Ayo.
Just Ayo.
So I really appreciate what she said. When I don't know why, I started receiving more invites to these types of events. Usually it would just be events within the city. But going outside the city and being asked to be part of these types of panels, I would reach out to our team to, okay, how do we plan ahead? What are some of the speaking points that you would like me to focus on? And we didn't have anything. In fact, when I approached our economic development team, the first response is, okay, what type of aid are they looking for? So there was an assumption that because I was going to be part of a panel like this, that the focus was going to be on aid for Africa rather than business interest and business conversation with Africa. So as mentioned, and I agree, awareness is such a key aspect of this. But the key question I think we need to answer is, who is responsible for creating the awareness? We have to, as I'm speaking as an African now, we have to do a great job of selling our market, selling who we are and what we do. I know, for example, the city of Kitchener would travel to Europe and meet with business leaders who they're hoping to import business and start business relations, and they're pitching the city of Kitchener, pitching the numbers and all of those things, and providing incentives for those that are looking to eventually come do business in our city. So we're talking at a city level, not even at a country level or a state level. And I would love if different cities and different states, going beyond just country representatives, are able to push their markets. This is what we're known for. This is what we have. We would love to trade with you. Across Canada, we have over 1,700 cities, towns, villages, and each one is known for something spectacular. Whatever that might be. Like in Kitchener, it would be our tech talent. We have the innovation hub. We have our manufacturing sector that is growing. And we would love to have conversations with cities and states in other countries, or even federal representatives, to talk about, okay, what do you have that could connect with our tech talent? Or what do you have that could be connected to our manufacturing, whether that is imported or exported? But those conversations right now are not necessarily happening. The city of Brampton is doing a great job of that. I believe the city of Toronto is doing a really good job of that. But we have over 1,700 that need to do a lot of that. But what's the difference between the cities that are doing it and the ones that are not doing it? You have a mayor like Mayor Patrick Brown, who has been to Nigeria, who has been to Lagos, who's had a chance to visit some of those places. So there was a forced awareness where he was invited, and then that created this, oh, we can do so much. So may I say, we can start inviting mayors of different cities and different towns to our countries to say, come see what we have. All expense paid, come see what we have. Come over here, let's have a conversation. Or we are visiting some of these cities. Just last month, the ambassador of Albania was in the city of Kitchener to have a conversation with the mayor to talk about trade and some other key things in line with that. And I believe African countries, we can replicate that. Let's force the awareness rather than hope they watch CNN or CBC and see the greatness of what we do. No, we have to start creating. There are AMO conferences, FCM conferences, and several other conferences where all these mayors come together. Make a presentation, make a 5-minute pitch, sell your city, sell your state, sell your country, and open up that opportunity for a conversation to happen. Sorry, I speak too loud. You told a politician to come up here, so I apologize.
And he didn't want to be called Consul. Well, I know that Ghana is doing quite a bit, and if you can just maybe talk a little bit about the work that you, as Ghana, as a CG, and the representative of the people, some of the things that you're doing to make sure that you put Ghana on the map, and some of the resources that we share.
Thank you. I think I want to agree with all the previous speakers concerning this very important topic. But I'd like to say that the Continental Free Trade Area is the game changer for the continent because of what? Economies of scale. I believe that when we are able to come together in terms of regional integration, it will help a great deal to bridge the gap. A lot of the countries are doing a lot, but we need to come together to be able to position ourselves in terms of the productive areas or productive sectors, such as value addition, such as technology, and also beneficiation. These are areas that we believe we can highlight so that we bridge the gap. And I want to specifically answer the question about what Ghana is doing. As you know, the headquarters of the continental area, the secretariat, is based in Accra. And we have a responsibility to rally all the various countries so that this whole project will become a success. So we do a lot of advocacy within the level of the African Union so that we can all speak with one voice, because we have common objectives and common aspirations that if we're able to match them with that of Canada, as you know, we've got a new strategy, we should be able to do a lot of work for mutual benefits of our two countries.
Very good. The Continental Free Trade area and office and its facilities is something I think we all should become more conversant with in Canada. Let me now move then to ask Mr. Akintoye the next question, which talks about or questions the issue of barriers. Barriers within Africa subsequently hindering its efficient movement of goods and services. And I think that, again, as a Canadian, I can talk about barriers within our own country that hinders this efficient movement of goods and services. So for instance, infrastructure gaps have increased trade costs 50% over the average within Africa. And so the question really is, what role can Canada play? Bringing these barriers, identifying, bridging these barriers, and how can such investments benefit African and Canadian economies in the long run? And it's a question we ask locally, and it's a question that you ask within Africa, and it's a question that we're asking now. How can we look at those various barriers and which exist and what we can do about this? So, Mr. Akintoye, hello, Qatar.
Yes, I'm with you. Thank you very much. It's a very good question about the barriers. Certainly there are a lot of barriers, or historically there have been barriers. And so we have barriers in logistics, infrastructure, road network, bad road, poor connectivity. And those have historically been barriers to trade in Africa. There's also a lot of regulation which hasn't previously helped us, unionism and things like that. The truth of the matter, though, is that so many of those things have changed. There's been a lot of improvement. We're not there yet in Africa, but there's been a lot of improvement. So what I will say is that we need to encourage the outside world, particularly our partners from Canada, to have a second look at Africa. Why is that important? Let us look at some numbers. Currently, 75% of Canada's trade is done with the US. The volume of Canada's trade with the MENA, that's Middle Eastern Africa, is only 1%. 1%. When you look at the volume of trade that Canada is doing with the MENA region, it's about 4 billion, 5 billion. It's not a lot of money. China, as an example, for comparison, is doing in excess of 200 billion. So I think the barriers are definitely there in terms of logistics, in terms of regulation and things like that. But there also has to be the willingness of the partner to have a second look and see that there's actually room for big business. Actually, a lot of people still have this mentality that business is not happening in Africa. Business is happening there. I was speaking to a few friends a couple of years back, and I'm looking at what the play is in Mozambique right now for LNG, for liquefied natural gas. On the Mozambique LNG alone, they're spending $15 billion. Yeah? And that's only one of 6 LNG projects going on in Mozambique at the moment. They've got Coral 1, Coral 2 going on. The same is happening next door in Tanzania. It's happening in Senegal. In Nigeria, they're building Nigeria LNG Train 7. In Angola, it's happening. And that's an expertise that Canada has, because Canada is building in Kotchapaw at the moment. Canada has historical ability in mining, in rare earth extraction and things like that. So that's a lot of expertise. There's a lot of things that can be done, that can be brought in, for whereas Canada and Africa are not engaged yet. So the barriers are one thing, honestly, they are, but those barriers have changed, number one. 2, the residual barriers can be overcome. Our co-panelists just talked about the free trade area, so that barrier can be overcome, and there's business to be done in Africa. I think that's the key message. You say the barriers are there, barriers have changed, things can be done, and there's big volume of business to be done there. I think this is what I will say to that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think what I will do now, in light of the time, I will forward question number 4 with question number 5, because question number 4, I wanted to talk a little bit about trade growth in the area of small business and women's enterprises and underrepresented communities, etc. But I'll fold that into the 5th question and ask, given the current economic landscape and potential for growth, what should be Canada's long-term vision concerning its economic relationship to Africa? In other words, what are some immediate actions that can be taken to bring us closer to this vision of collaboration and partnership between Canada and Africa?
Thank you for this question. I think the main issue concerning most of our countries is about job creation. We see that we have a large youth population, and how do we empower them? We need to train them with skills and also focus on some key areas that will create jobs. And when I say key areas, I'm talking about productive sectors. For instance, we can talk about the creative industry, the creative arts. This is an area that we call them low-hanging fruits. If we're able to mobilize resources and target those areas, I believe it can go a long way, because when the people have jobs, it's about economic growth. In terms of the skills training, we have the technical, vocational aspect also. Most of the time, there's a mismatch between what we get at university and what are the requirements of industry. We need to look at it again, get the right match, and I believe that that will spur economic growth in our countries and increase the GDP. These ones, I believe, can go a long way. Thank you.
Dr. Nancy Adosi. Doc?
Yes, I can. I think you all can hear me now, hopefully. So I can start off with one of the biggest things that Canada has already done, which is the Canada-Africa strategy. And in the Canada-Africa strategy is a point in there about Canada engaging with the AFCFTA and creating an Africa trade hub. So those are things that are already in place that Canada is already thinking about. I think besides that strategy, because a lot of things can be put into a strategy but not necessarily be ready for implementation. I think another thing that we need to start thinking about is, as Canadians, in terms of African relations, is starting to look at particularly infrastructure building. So one of the things that I've been able to bring to this panel is I've actually been at the borders and I've actually measured what needs to be established in order for trade to happen between borders and also between Africa and outside partners. And one of the biggest things that I can say is that the infrastructure is not yet ready. For example, there's a need for single window trade systems. So basically, like where businesses and SMEs can turn in all the documentation in a single window. That doesn't exist in a lot of places. The only place that I've seen exist and it's working very well is Rwanda. Rwanda is one of the countries that's advanced. But I think that infrastructure building needs to be there. And I also think that one of the things that Canada does so well with other countries is establishing a gender responsive planning within its strategy. So I think you mentioned this question about how can we help women in SMEs and all of that. One of the other areas that we can look into besides infrastructure building is also ensuring that the gender responsive solutions are part of the strategy that Canada is implementing in Africa. I will stop here just because of the time. I want to respect it and hopefully answer more questions from the audience. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the responses. I think that I will draw the panel to a close with a question or two from the floor to make sure that we have some audience participation. I know what it's like to sit there and to hear and not be able to make your own comments, especially if it's a burning comment. So, is there someone from the floor who has that burning comment or question that they'd like to put on the table? And because the light is right in my thing, I cannot see hands, but if you would stand up, then we'll know. Is there a question? All right. Is there a microphone? Would someone assist her with them? Yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you to our esteemed guests. And it was a very insightful panel. I have a question regarding, let me check my notes because I learned so many things today. And I have a question regarding diaspora and network. How can Canada try to bring together networks from the diaspora to enhance our businesses and share knowledge so that we can all gain from what Africa has to offer? And this is to all the panel members.
All right, who would like to take this?
That's the million-dollar question right there that we're all trying to figure out. The reality is there are so many conversations that are happening, but the conversations are not interconnected. In the past 1 month, I've been on 3 separate panels similar to this, and the audience is completely different for each one. There has to be an organization, Casa Foundation, perhaps, that could help bring these varying conversations together. I met with South African, a representative from South African embassy, and they're having their own trade missions and conversations. Nigeria is having its own, and even within the Nigerian group, within a week there were 2 separate ones taking place, and both of them were not even aware that the other one was happening, and they brought different governors from different states as well. So there's so many, you're talking about so many different countries, and everyone is doing their own separate thing. If there is a way, perhaps Casa Foundation, we look up to you, to bring us all together to start having unifying conversations. I think it could be the difference difference maker. Right now, we just need a leader in the market that can be the unifier and the bridge builder. These conversations are already happening. We need someone to bring people to the table together to continue it.
Okay, yes.
To add to what our good friend have said, but I want to make this point that the diaspora, according to the African Union, is the 6th region of the continent. So they are an integral part of our economic development. So we need to be able to partner with them and make sure that they are part of everything that we do. But it's recognized as the 6th region in all that the African Union is doing. Thank you.
I think it's, a lot of the conversations are siloed. A lot of things are around specific sectors, whether it's the mining sector or the whatever, and I think how we can put it all together so that we can have input as well as voice within those discussions. But the diaspora does indeed have a place in this. I want to end now by thanking the panelists. You have been brilliant. You brought to the fore the important issues that we wanted to discuss. I heard things like trade mission, international talent, sectors, the gold, the energy, commodity sectors, creating our own awareness, the continental free trade area and information that needs to occur and full knowledge of the work of that free trade center in Accra. We talked a little bit about job creation and focusing on certain areas and the difficulties that and challenges that there are as we move forward. So I want to thank you. There is just no way with the topics that we've thrown on the table that we can do this in an hour. This is a conversation that can take hours on end and days on end. But we want to, I think we've more or less, as they say, tickled the keys and the interest so that the conversation can carry on and we have had food for thought as we move forward in the work that we do. I want to salute all of you who come from organizations who've given up your time to be here, to support the work of Casa Foundation, to compliment Dr. Ulu, and for bringing us all here to discuss the very important relationship that there should be, that there ought to be, between Canada and Africa. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our esteemed guests and panel members.
Left my daughter at home to come and talk about trade diversification. So hopefully you guys are as excited about this as I am, because I've really taken some time off today. I'm really excited about our panelists today. We have with us Dr. Vic Singh. He is the Associate Professor of Global Management at Ted Rogers School of Management at TMU. Vic is the co-founder of the Institute of Geopolitical Risk. His research and consulting work examine how geopolitical risks, trade policy, and tariffs influence global business, supply chains, and financial markets. We also have with us today Kylie Tarbell. Kylie is the Director of Economic Development for the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. And she has a unique cross-border First Nation situated between Canada and the United States. With over a decade of executive leadership, she guides strategic initiatives that advance Indigenous economic sovereignty, broadband innovation, entrepreneurship, and community infrastructure, all grounded in Haudenosaunee values of sustainability, collaboration, and the well-being of the next 7 generations. And finally, with us today, last but not least, we have Feroz Austin, the Associate Vice President, Eastern Canada Indigenous Banking of the TD Bank Group. Feroz leads TD Bank's regional strategy for Indigenous banking for Eastern Canada, with a role focused on expanding existing relationships and building new connections in the communities he serves. He builds on the bank's strengths of Indigenous employee recruitment, colleague awareness, and service to Indigenous businesses and governments with strategy and purpose. It's no secret that we are in a post-World War II geopolitical foundational shift in trade. The global balance of power is shifting with new alliances. Relationships that we thought would never be tampered with are being broken or showing cracks. And we're here today to think about how we can diversify trade and how we can diversify trade with other parts of the world that uniquely we haven't been doing trade with before. And we have a real opportunity here with historically marginalized communities to ensure that they also have the opportunity to do trade. As we know, the global trade in general is facing a period of uncertainty, and it's largely marked by economic slowdowns, geopolitical tensions, and uneven access to market. Today I want to explore the financial, structural, and systemic barriers that limit participation in global trade, with a focus on the African markets, Indigenous communities, and immigrant-owned and women-owned SMEs. To give us some background to start with, according to a Government of Canada report, 21.6% of women-owned SMEs and 27.2% of immigrant-owned SMEs highlighted a lack of financing as an obstacle to export. With this information in mind, the first question I want to ask the panel is what regulatory financial support is needed to ensure that SMEs are not sidelined in trade diversification? And I want to start with Kaylee because I want to hear first the small businesses owned by women's perspective.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you very much for taking your time out of motherhood to panel this. Much appreciated. So again, I'm Kylie Tarbell. I represent, first and foremost, my home community of Augustine, but also I sit on Ontario First Nations Economic Developers Association. And part of this larger conversation is definitely entrepreneurship and access to capital. But of course, we all have barriers. And speaking on behalf of my home community, I currently have just over 200 registered businesses, and over 50% of them are women-owned and operated. And which is incredible because this is the first time historically where we have had this volume of women entrepreneurs. You know, we do have barriers, and I think the root cause stems from a piece of legislation versus actual access. So for those who aren't familiar, Canada has a federal legislation called the Indian Act, which is a policy or of such where it prevents Indigenous people from being able to utilize their land and assets for collateral and access. That's because our lands are held in trust by the Crown. So we do have some colonial and oppressed systematic things that are still occurring in 2025 that we are trying to overcome. However, the way how we proceed is we don't use those as barriers. We identify the barriers and we try to determine how to overcome them. Again, coming from Haudenosaunee background, we fall under J Treaty. So our access to trade is actually an inherent right. So, you know, some of the systematic barriers of Indian Act, we are able to circumvent with traditional trade, you know, in which that's what we utilize. But in regards to women and minorities in general, you know, my friend here from TD can also attest, it has taken a lot of time to relationship build and educating banking systems and institutions of these barriers. Because again, this legislation was from 1876, I do believe, so it is pretty outdated that we still fall under this type of legislation.
First, talk to me about how the bank views this particular legislation, if you have thoughts on that, but also the systemic barrier of financing for small and medium-sized enterprises of the indigenous community.
Thanks, Aaliyah. And also first, as a non-indigenous person of settler ancestry, I recognize and acknowledge that we are situated on ancestral, unceded, and never surrendered territory of many First Nations, and in particular Treaty 13 and the territory covered by the Dish with One Spoon. I also want to acknowledge the peoples, the Wendat, the Haudenosaunee, the Chippewas, and of course the Anishinaabe, who are original peoples to this territory. And I'd be remiss if I didn't do that, because in that acknowledgement, we also sort of take into consideration some of the systemic barriers that we're talking about now. So I think Kelly was very kind. The Indian Act is, without question, prejudicial and racist. And for bankers and lenders such as us, one of the most critical factors in terms of those systemic barriers are, of course, that legislation, that law that, you know, restricts access to capital. So one of the things I think that is so critical in terms of the systemic barriers are, in particular, access to export markets. And one of the key foundational elements of that, of course, is access to capital. And so how do lenders such as us and TD Bank, for example, navigate those kinds of jurisdictions to make sure that access to capital, access to housing, and of course access to employment is more equitable? And one of the ways, of course, that we do that is by putting subject matter experts in the chairs as lenders to be able to make those access points real for community members. And so when we talk about the influence and impact that lenders can have, one way, of course, is by improving and enhancing some of the government-sponsored and supported loan guarantees that can be very effective backstops to lenders such as us who are looking to, especially when we're looking at community-based solutions around access to capital that help improve scale and timeliness of those access to capitals. Community backstops like that can be very effective.
Thank you. We've covered a little bit of the Indigenous perspective, and I imagine that there's much more than this to cover. But I want to move a little bit from the Indigenous perspective to historically marginalized communities in general. And I know Vic has done a lot of research on this aspect. So can you please tell me some of the access to capital barriers that historically marginalized communities in general are facing?
Thank you for having me here today. To just add to what the other panelists just mentioned, some of the research we have done, we found that obviously there's tremendous barriers to access when it comes to marginalized communities. And a lot of the time, the barriers is basically because of the regulatory oversight and the bureaucracy which is involved in accessing some of these financing. If you are a big company with a big department with law lawyers and accountants, you're readily able to access a lot of these financing, especially when we saw this during the COVID pandemic when a lot of the access went online. There was this tremendous shift in barriers, especially when it came to the vulnerable communities like Black-owned businesses, visible minorities, and women-led businesses. And also certain sectors suffered a lot because instead of having, targeted financing programs, these turned into, as I would probably put it down, as corporate welfare, where a lot of the big companies were able to access some of these fundings, but the people who really needed it were not able to get it. So this is something which needs to be improved. One thing I would add to what Kylie mentioned was that, especially when it comes to academia, and we're looking at indigenous, matters, what we really struggle with is lack of data. There is this policy vacuum because there isn't a lot of data available. And I just did a study for City of Toronto, and we looked at some of the sectoral disparities. And I really wanted to look at the indigenous side of things, but there wasn't a lot of data available. And I think that's something where, as academics, as government departments, we have to really actively work on is improving the information so that we can actually create some policies which are actually effective.
So I think we all acknowledge that within all of these communities, whether it's the historically marginalized, the indigenous communities, women-owned enterprises, there is an access to capital barrier. We all acknowledge that. I think that's baseline for our conversation today. One of the things that Vic, you said on our phone conversation before we came here today was we can't just talk about the problems, we really need to talk about solutions. And so I think today's panel really needs to focus on what are the solutions that we can come up with. And we know that infrastructure and subsequently infrastructure gaps play a significant role in Trillium. As highlighted by the Economic Development in Africa Report 2024, gaps in transport, energy, and ICT have increased trade costs over 50% of the average within Africa. How can entrepreneurs adapt to these realities while ensuring the cost of their products or services remain competitive in a global market? And I know Vic, you've done some research on this.
Yeah, I think this is a really important question, and we've seen Africa kind of being left out. When it comes to technology diffusion and also infrastructure financing, and we've seen this geopolitical tug of war happening between the U.S. and China. And basically, the crux of the problem is infrastructure financing. So how do we find solutions? And I think we've seen some really creative solutions in Africa. We've seen how Kenya actually leapfrogged and moved away from landlines to going completely wireless to create this ecosystem. And we've seen the rise of fintech in Nigeria. So I think technology is the savior, and I think technology can not only remove these barriers, but also lower the cost of transaction of doing trade within the region. So I think this is something where Canada has the expertise. So I think I would encourage Canada to actually provide a collaborative effort when it comes to Africa and kind of like creating these ecosystems, which can be very helpful.
In regards to solutions, I was really thinking about this infrastructure question. And as a First Nation, we experienced a lot of challenges as well. And it was really over the pandemic that highlighted the infrastructure gaps that First Nations have. Just like everyone else in the world, we were also isolated and siloed, and we had to figure out how to take care of ourselves. But I would like to take note that over the last 5-6 years, First Nation communities have been taking over their own infrastructure. They have been banding together and buying companies. So for example, First Nations, Mi'kmaq communities in Nova Scotia, we were having, and I say we as a collective, as Indigenous, there was an issue with the fishing companies. Fishing in traditional territories, fishing in our waters. And what did they do? They came together collectively, 7 Mi'kmaq communities, and they purchased at $1 billion. They bought the companies. Now they own it. That's incredible. That was the statement that they made. Over COVID, we realized in Augustine that we don't have adequate internet. And we went to our local service provider for help. Sorry, we can't help you. So we went to the government and we received funding and we built our own fiber to the home infrastructure throughout our entire community. We didn't ask for a single permit. We exercised our self-governance, our jurisdiction, and now we are at parity with all of Canada for public internet access. You know, this is history that has never been done. We are taking strides to own our own narrative, to own our own infrastructure. It's definitely not easy. We have had issues. And you know, again, on my way here, I'm like, wow, Africa. I'm so accustomed of thinking north to south with traditional trade routes. You know, for example, I know pre-contact, we were trading with what is now known as Mexico because of maize. Pre-contact, I know we were making our way to the ocean for wampum. That was our currency. There's no wampum in the St. Lawrence Seaway. So somehow, pre-contact, we were doing already international trade. We have traditional trade routes with Guatemala, with Venezuela, you know, etc., north to south. So, you know, as I sit here, I'm now intrigued as to what were we doing east to west pre-contact? You know, is this a solution? Are we able to identify free trade routes between North America and what is now known as North America and Africa? You know, how do we exercise our inherent rights from two different places of the world to make it work for what's best for our countries and communities?
I think Kylie did put it really well in that sense. You know, from my perspective and where I sit, you know, Kylie mentioned this, and I think it's a critical component to some of the solutions and the successes that we've seen, at least in our practice, with Indigenous communities that we have the privilege of serving. When it is for and by community members, you'll have the success rate that you're looking for. The second one, of course, around that infrastructure gap, of course, is that banks and lenders such as us are stepping up to make sure that we are providing some of those access points through cloud-based logistics and, of course, digital technologies that, notwithstanding some of those infrastructure gaps where, for example, a community may be located very far from some of the urban centers where access to capital is readily available for the rest of us, where solutions around technology and digital solutions can be there at the fingertips of community members to access things like capital and housing and employment. That's, I think, is where some of those other solutions come from.
Kylie, you've talked about how legislation is a problem. You've talked about how the Indian Act is problematic. That's baseline. How can Canadian policies evolve to make trade and financing more accessible to the Indigenous communities and to Indigenous entrepreneurs without enforcing conformity of the dominant business model?
Yeah, so every First Nation is unique and different. So, for example, there's the Haudenosaunee, from Six Nations to Ganawage and Ganessatage, which are near Montreal. Even though we are all Mohawk communities, we all have different identities. We all speak Ganyegeha, Mohawk, but we have different dialect. You know, and that, you know, is just one layer. And then you have Anishinaabe, you have Mi'kmaq, you have Ojibwa. Like, it's, how I consider First Nations is every First Nation is their own country. We all have our own governance, we all have our own language, we all have our own rules set up for our jurisdictions. In my home community, we are very, very fortunate. Our leadership is supportive of self-governance. And so within my community, we actually have our own community-based laws, our own regulations and bylaws outside of the federal and provincial governments, you know, plus America. So we have a lot of layers that, yes, in some sense, we do create our own internal barriers, but our community laws are to protect our community members. So just to kind of give education, we have different business structures. You have business structures doing business on reserve. You have business structures doing business off reserve. You have sole proprietors, you have corporations, you have social enterprises. So each one of those is its own model. There's no handbook for that. It's, you know, each business is like a star. They're all unique, they're all different, you know, and as my friend here can say, it's like two entrepreneurs could come through the door with a construction company, but they're two different ideas, they're two different models, they're two different collaborations, they're two different industries that they're going to be serving. Like, it's so unique of First Nation businesses, and so that's just one layer of complexity. But one thing that, where I sit, and one of the challenges is systems need to fit the need, not just continue forcing others to fit the system, right? This is applying to the Indian Act as well. You know, how do we get that leverage, that flexibility? Because someone could come in with the most incredible, innovative idea to solve a problem, but if it doesn't fit into the box of the governmental red tape, it's a no. It's a no. And it could be the solution. So, you know, it's certain things like that. And one thing I would like to, you know, we're speaking of conformity, you know, even indigenous mindset. We're not just doing business to do business to make money. We do business that's based out of value, about who we are. It's our identity. It's what we've been before contact. You know, so one example, 7 generations. You know, we take that seriously. The decision that I make today, what is the impact not of just my children and grandchildren, but of the next 7 generations of them? You know, what is the future of one decision that we make? What is the future that we're creating? You know, and that's a serious value that we hold as Haudenosaunee.
Yeah, and that's such a great point, because, you know, in those policies, in those lending practices, for example, one of the things that I think we're really proud of at TD Bank, and Kylie mentioned this, is that, you know, these practices have to be not just flexible, but culturally relevant. And so when you can mix those two things and make sure that you are going into community, as Kylie said, listening first to the need without having to say and come in with formed decisions about what you think the solution is, but to listen to the need and then respond to it, I think you get to a point where those access points really make sense.
Vic, if you were thinking about the African markets or immigrant-owned businesses in Canada, what do you think are some of the policies that we could evolve so that we can make access to foreign markets easier for SMEs?
Good question. I mean, as Canadians, we are blessed. We are a very diverse country. We have people from all around the world. And a lot of the people are involved in SME work, and they have a lot of connections back home. So, as the panelist said, the policies have to be customized. You can't have one box solution. So a lot of the time we find that the visible minority, African, and other SME owners struggle with is the access to these programs. There is a bureaucratic hurdle. Some of the time the access is also very uneven. If you're trading with Europe, for example, it's much easier, or with the US, versus when it comes to other countries like in Africa and even in Asia and so forth. So I think we need to kind of change the model a bit, make it more customizable, but also create a little bit of a uniformity. One of the things, when we do research, we find is that there's a haphazard, access to programs, because there's different layers of governments are involved in this. You have the federal government, you have the provincial, and then you have the regional governments, and that creates a lot of confusion. And sometimes, the economies of scale are not really incorporated, and there's conflict. So I think, maybe as an example, we can look at as the Nordic model, which is actually quite effective and has been demonstrated, because they actually have a one-stop solution where you can go in and, if you go to this one portal, you can access everything what you need. I think that's where we need to get to, and I think this is much more of a debate at this point, but I think the need is there, and I think the governments have to be much more coordinated in terms of policy delivery.
We know that our federal government is looking for new opportunities for trade, and we know that there are barriers to trading with our historical trading partners, especially the U.S. right now, and so that is challenging. If nothing else, should be something that's challenging. But that also brings us some opportunities. What do you see as opportunities for renewable and diversification in trade, given that Canada is such a diverse country and we have so many opportunities? And for as I can see, you're itching here.
Yeah, Leah, I think some of the foundational elements are already there. And I'd say that we have to continue to do three main things. And this is sort of, again, my perspective in terms of our service in communities in Turtle Island. The first, of course, is to continue to enhance and increase those loan guarantees and grant programs. These are critical factors in terms of how governments go in to sort of, help lenders and suppliers of capital backstop some of those provisions so that the scale can continue to be enhanced, especially in the context of these large infrastructure and to what Kylie was talking about, share equity financing deals. When these opportunities for Indigenous-led organizations, governments, businesses, and peoples go and acquire other businesses, this is an extraordinary opportunity where we want to be able to get behind and support. The second important one, of course, is making sure that these are supported by community-led advisory councils. And I think that the adage is often very clear, is that we should never be talking about Indigenous peoples without Indigenous peoples around the table. And this is why some of the ways in which these programs get delivered can sometimes go off track. So making sure that those community-led decisions and solutions, advisory councils, are there and really firmly embedded in some of those policies. And of course, the last one, of course, is the procurement opportunities. The federal government under the defense programming in terms of procurement is well known. That 5% ratio is broadly marketed, but we are very far from that. We want to get to a point where Indigenous communities and organizations and of course nations can really actively participate in those kinds of procurement streams, and this is where all of that self-determination prosperity will come from. So we need to act, I think, very decisively on those three things for real material change to sort of really take flight.
And if I were to add anything, one thing that I'd be looking at, from an outside perspective, I'm a border community, so I'm US and Canada, so we get to sit right in the middle while all of this is going on. And that's exactly it, it's an opportunity. So what the United States doesn't want from Canada, go after it. Be the disruptor, be that provider. For example, if you can provide a 10% discounted rate on something for $1 million, that's a $100,000 saving. Times 10, that's $1 million. If just microwing, that's a large scale, but we're talking importing and exporting. But if you can identify something and be that disruption, why not? Being a disruptor doesn't mean you have to be at the same level as the competitor, but if you can offer something, why not, right? So it's, yes, there's chaos amongst the big countries, but that's where, from being in the middle, being on the outside, that's where you take advantage. That's where you create those opportunities for yourself. One thing I want
of the TD Bank Group. Feroz leads TD Bank's regional strategy for Indigenous banking for Eastern Canada, with a role focused on expanding existing relationships and building new connections in the communities he serves. He builds on the bank's strengths of Indigenous employee recruitment, colleague awareness, and service to Indigenous businesses and governments with strategy and purpose. It's no secret that we are in a post-World War II geopolitical foundational shift in trade. The global balance of power is shifting with new alliances. Relationships that we thought would never be tampered with are being broken or showing cracks. And we're here today to think about how we can diversify trade and how we can diversify trade with other parts of the world that uniquely we haven't been doing trade with before. And we have a real opportunity here with historically marginalized communities to ensure that they also have the opportunity to do trade. As we know, the global trade in general is facing a period of uncertainty, and it's largely marked by economic slowdowns, geopolitical tensions, and uneven access to market. Today, I want to explore the financial, structural, and systemic barriers that limit participation in global trade, with a focus on the African markets, indigenous communities, and immigrant-owned and women-owned SMEs. To give us some background to start with, according to a Government of Canada report, 21.6% of women-owned SMEs and 27.2% of immigrant-owned SMEs highlighted a lack of financing as an obstacle to export. With this information in mind, the first question I want to ask the panel is what regulatory financial support is needed to ensure that SMEs are not sidelined in trade diversification? And I want to start with Kaylee because I want to hear first the small businesses owned by women's perspective.
There we go. Sego Samuego, thank you very much for taking your time out of motherhood to handle this. Much appreciated. So again, I'm Kylie Tarbell. I represent, first and foremost, my home community of Augustine, but also I sit on Ontario First Nations Economic Developers Association. And part of this larger conversation is definitely entrepreneurship and access to capital. But of course, we all have barriers. And speaking on behalf of my home community, I currently have just over 200 registered businesses, and over 50% of them are women-owned and operated. And which is incredible because this is the first time historically where we have had this volume of women entrepreneurs. You know, we do have barriers, and I think the root cause stems from a piece of legislation versus actual access. So for those who aren't familiar, Canada has a federal legislation called the Indian Act, which is a policy or of such where it prevents Indigenous people from being able to utilize their land and assets for collateral and access. That's because our lands are held in trust by the Crown. So we do have some colonial and oppressed systematic things that are still occurring in 2025 that we are trying to overcome. However, the way how we proceed is we don't use those as barriers. We identify the barriers and we try to determine how to overcome them. Again, coming from Haudenosaunee background, we fall under J Treaty. So our access to trade is actually an inherent right. So, you know, some of the systematic barriers of Indian Act, we are able to circumvent with traditional trade, you know, in which that's what we utilize. But in regards to women and minorities in general, you know, my friend here from TD can also attest, it has taken a lot of time to relationship build and educating banking systems and institutions of these barriers. Because again, this legislation was from 1876, I do believe. So it is pretty outdated that we still fall under this type of legislation.
Feroz, talk to me about how the bank views this particular legislation, if you have thoughts on that, but also the systemic barrier of financing for small and medium-sized enterprises of the Indigenous community.
Thanks, Aaliyah. And also first, as a non-Indigenous person of settler ancestry, I recognize and acknowledge that we are situated on ancestral, unceded, and never surrendered territory of many First Nations, and in particular Treaty 13 and the territory covered by the Dish with One Spoon. I also want to acknowledge the peoples, the Wendat, the Haudenosaunee, the Chippewas, and of course the Anishinaabe, who are original peoples to this territory. And I'd be remiss if I didn't do that, because in that acknowledgement we also sort of take into consideration some of the systemic barriers that we're talking about now. So I think Kylie was very kind. The Indian Act is without question prejudicial and racist, and for bankers and lenders such as us, one of the most critical factors in terms of those systemic barriers are, of course, that legislation, that law that restricts access to capital. So one of the things I think that is so critical in terms of the systemic barriers are, in particular, access to export markets. And one of the key foundational elements of that, of course, is access to capital. And so how do lenders such as us and TD Bank, for example, navigate those kinds of jurisdictions to make sure that access to capital, access to housing, and of course access to employment is more equitable? And one of the ways, of course, that we do that is by putting subject matter experts in the chairs as lenders to be able to make those access points real for community members. And so when we talk about the influence and impact that lenders can have, one way, of course, is by improving and enhancing some of the government-sponsored and supported loan guarantees that can be very effective backstops to lenders such as us who are looking to, especially when we're looking at community-based solutions around access to capital that help improve scale and timeliness of those access to capitals. Community backstops like that can be very effective.
Thank you. We've covered a little bit of the Indigenous perspective, and I imagine that there's much more than this to cover. But I want to move a little bit from the Indigenous perspective to historically marginalized communities in general. And I know Vic has done a lot of research on this aspect. So can you please tell me some of the access to capital barriers that historically marginalized communities in general are facing?
Thank you for having me here today. To just add to what the other panelists just mentioned, some of the research we have done, we found that obviously there's tremendous barriers to access when it comes to marginalized communities. And a lot of the time, the barriers is basically because of the regulatory oversight and the bureaucracy which is involved in accessing some of these financing. If you are a big company with a big department with a lot of lawyers and accountants, you're readily able to access a lot of these finances, especially when we saw this during the COVID pandemic when a lot of the access went online. There was this tremendous shift in barriers, especially when it came to the vulnerable communities like Black-owned businesses that were minorities and women-led businesses, and also certain sectors suffered a lot because instead of having targeted financing programs, these turned into, as I would probably put it down, as corporate welfare, where a lot of the big companies were able to access some of these fundings, but the people who really needed it were not able to get it. So this is something which needs to be improved. One thing I would add to what Kylie mentioned was that, especially when it comes to academia and we're looking at Indigenous matters, what we really struggle with is lack of data. There is this policy vacuum because there isn't a lot of data available. And I just did a study for the City of Toronto. We looked at some of the sectoral disparities. And I really wanted to look at the Indigenous side of things, but there wasn't a lot of data available. And I think that's something where, as academics, as government departments, we have to really actively work on is improving the information so that we can actually create some policies which are actually effective.
So I think we all acknowledge that within all of these communities, whether it's the historically marginalized, the indigenous communities, women-owned enterprises, there is an access to capital barrier. We all acknowledge that. I think that's baseline for our conversation today. One of the things that Vic, you said on our phone conversation before we came here today was we can't just talk about the problems, we really need to talk about solutions. And so I think today's panel really needs to focus on what are the solutions that we can come up with. And we know that infrastructure and subsequently infrastructure gaps play a significant role in trade. As highlighted by the Economic Development in Africa Report 2024, gaps in transport, energy, and ICT have increased trade costs over 50% of the average within Africa. How can entrepreneurs adapt to these realities while ensuring the cost of their products or services remain competitive in a global market? And I know, Vic, you've done some research on this.
Yeah, I think this is a really important question, and you know, we've seen Africa kind of being left out. When it comes to technology diffusion and also infrastructure financing, and we've seen this geopolitical tug of war happening between the U.S. and China, and basically the crux of the problem is infrastructure financing. So how do we find solutions? And I think we've seen some really creative solutions in Africa. We've seen how Kenya actually leapfrogged and moved away from landlines to going completely wireless to create this ecosystem. And we've seen the rise of fintech in Nigeria. So I think technology is the savior, and I think technology can not only remove these barriers, but also lower the cost of transaction of doing trade within the region. So I think this is something where Canada has the expertise. I think I would encourage Canada to actually provide a collaborative effort when it comes to Africa and kind of like creating these ecosystems, which can be very helpful.
In regards to solutions, I was really thinking about this infrastructure question. And as a First Nation, we experienced a lot of challenges as well. And it was really over the pandemic that highlighted the infrastructure gaps that First Nations have. Just like everyone else in the world, we were also isolated and siloed, and we had to figure out how to take care of ourselves. But I would like to take note that over the last 5-6 years, First Nation communities have been taking over their own infrastructure. They have been banding together and buying companies. So for example, First Nations, Mi'kmaq communities in Nova Scotia, we were having, and I say we as a collective, as Indigenous, there was an issue with the fishing companies. Fishing in traditional territories, fishing in our waters. And what did they do? They came together collectively, seven Mi'kmaq communities, and they purchased at $1 billion. They bought the companies. Now they own it. That's incredible. That was the statement that they made. Over COVID, we realized in Augustine that we don't have adequate internet. We went to our local service provider for help. Sorry, we can't help you. So we went to the government and we received funding, and we built our own fiber to the home infrastructure throughout our entire community. We didn't ask for a single permit. We exercised our self-governance, our jurisdiction, and now we are at parity with all of Canada for public internet access. This is history that has never been done. We are taking strides to own our own narrative, to own our own infrastructure. It's definitely not easy. We have had issues. And again, on my way here, I'm like, wow, Africa. I'm so accustomed of thinking north to south with traditional trade routes. For example, I know pre-contact, we were trading with what is now known as Mexico because of maize. Pre-contact, I know we were making our way to the ocean for wampum. That was our currency. There's no wampum in the St. Lawrence Seaway. So somehow, pre-contact, We were doing already international trade. We have traditional trade routes with Guatemala, with Venezuela, you know, etc., north to south. So, you know, as I sit here, I'm now intrigued as to what were we doing east to west pre-contact. You know, is this a solution? Are we able to identify free-trade routes between North America and what is now known as North America and Africa? You know, how do we exercise our inherent rights from two different places of the world to make it work for what's best for our countries and communities?
I think Kylie and Vic put it really well in that sense. You know, from my perspective and where I sit, you know, Kylie mentioned this, and I think it's a critical component to some of the solutions and the successes that we've seen, at least in our practice, with Indigenous communities that we have the privilege of serving. When it is for and by community members, you'll have the success rate that you're looking for. The second one, of course, around that infrastructure gap, of course, is that banks and lenders such as us are stepping up to make sure that we are providing some of those access points through cloud-based logistics and, of course, digital technologies that, notwithstanding some of those infrastructure gaps where, for example, a community may be located very far from some of the urban centers where access to capital is readily available for the rest of us, where solutions around technology and digital solutions can be there at the fingertips of community members to access things like capital and housing and employment. That's, I think, is where some of those other solutions come from.
Kylie, you've talked about how legislation is a problem. You've talked about how the Indian Act is problematic. That's baseline. How can Canadian policies evolve to make trade and financing more accessible to the Indigenous communities and to Indigenous entrepreneurs without enforcing conformity of the dominant business model?
Yeah, so every First Nation is unique and different. So, for example, there's the Haudenosaunee, from Six Nations to Ganawage and Ganesadage, which are near Montreal. Even though we are all Mohawk communities, we all have different identities. We all speak Ganyegeha, Mohawk, but we have different dialect. You know, and that, you know, is just one layer. And then you have Anishinaabe, you have Mi'kmaq, you have Ojibwa. Like, it's, how I consider First Nations is every First Nation is their own country. We all have our own governance, we all have our own language, we all have our own rules set up for our jurisdictions. In my home community, we are very, very fortunate. Our leadership is supportive of self-governance. And so within my community, we actually have our own community-based laws, our own regulations and bylaws outside of the federal and provincial governments, you know, plus America. So we have a lot of layers that, yes, in some sense, we do create our own internal barriers, but our community laws are to protect our community members. So just to kind of give education, we have different business structures. You have business structures doing business on reserve. You have business structures doing business off reserve. You have sole proprietors. You have corporations. You have social enterprises. So each one of those is its own model. There's no handbook for that. It's, you know, each business is like a star. They're all unique. They're all different. You know, and as my friend here can say, it's like two entrepreneurs could come through the door with a construction company, but they're two different ideas, they're two different models, they're two different collaborations, they're two different industries that they're going to be serving. Like, it's so unique of First Nation businesses. And so that's just one layer of complexity. But one thing where I sit, and one of the challenges is systems need to fit the need, not just continue forcing others to fit the system, right? This is applying to the Indian Act as well. You know, how do we get that leverage, that flexibility because someone could come in with the most incredible, innovative idea to solve a problem, but if it doesn't fit into the box of the governmental red tape, it's a no. It's a no. And it could be the solution. So, you know, it's certain things like that. And one thing I would like to, you know, we're speaking of conformity, you know, and even indigenous mindset. We're not just doing business to do business to make money. We do business that's based out of value, about who we are. It's our identity. It's what we've been before contact. You know, so one example, you know, 7 generations. You know, we take that seriously. The decision that I make today, what is the impact not of just my children and grandchildren, but of the next 7 generations of them? You know, what is the future of one decision that we make? What is the future that we're creating? You know, and that's a serious value that we hold as Haudenosaunee.
Yeah, that's such a great point, because you know, in those policies, in those lending practices, for example, one of the things that I think we're really proud of at TD Bank, and Kylie mentioned this, is that you know, these practices have to be not just flexible but culturally relevant. And so when you can mix those two things and make sure that you are going into community, as Kylie said, listening first to the need without having to say and come in with formed decisions about what you think the solution is, but to listen to the need and then respond to it, I think we get to a point where those access points really make sense.
Vic, if you were thinking about the African markets or immigrant-owned businesses in Canada, what do you think are some of the policies that we could evolve so that we can make access to foreign markets easier for SMEs?
Good question. I mean, as Canadians, we're blessed. We are a very diverse country. We have people from all around the world. And a lot of the people are involved in SME work, and they have a lot of connections back home. So I mean, as the panelist said, the policies have to be customized. You can't have one box solution. So a lot of the time we find that the visible minority, African, and other SME owners struggle with is the access to these programs. There is a bureaucratic hurdle. Some of the time the access is also very uneven. If you're trading with Europe, for example, it's much easier, or with the US, versus when it comes to other countries like in Africa and even in Asia and so forth. So I think we need to kind of change the model a bit, make it more customizable, but also create a little bit of a uniformity. One of the things, when we do research, we find is that there's a haphazard, access to programs, because there's different layers of governments are involved in this. You have the federal government, you have the provincial, and then you have the regional governments, and that creates a lot of confusion. And sometimes, the economies of scale are not really incorporated, and there's conflict. So I think, maybe as an example, we can look at as the Nordic model, which is actually quite effective and has been demonstrated, because they actually have a one-stop solution where you can go in and if you go to this one portal, you can access everything what you need. I think that's where we need to get to, and I think this is much more of a debate at this point, but I think the need is there, and I think the governments have to be much more coordinated in terms of policy delivery.
We know that our federal government is looking for new opportunities for trade, and we know that there are barriers to trading with our historical trading partners, especially the US right now. And so that's challenging. If nothing else should be said about that, challenging. But that also brings us some opportunities. What do you see as opportunities for renewable and diversification in trade, given that Canada is such a diverse country and we have so many opportunities? And Feroz, I can see you're itching here.
Yeah, Leah, I think some of the foundational elements are already there. And I'd say that we have to continue to do 3 main things. And this is sort of, again, my perspective in terms of our service in communities in Turtle Island. The first, of course, is to continue to enhance and increase those loan guarantees and grant programs. These are critical factors in terms of how governments go in to sort of, help lenders and suppliers of capital backstop some of those provisions so that the scale can continue to be enhanced, especially in the context of these large infrastructure and to what Kylie was talking about, share equity financing deals. When these opportunities for indigenous-led organizations, governments, businesses, and peoples go and acquire other businesses, this is an extraordinary opportunity where we want to be able to get behind and support. The second important one, of course, is making sure that these are supported by community-led advisory councils. And I think that the adage is often very clear, is that we should never be talking about indigenous peoples without indigenous peoples around the table. And this is why some of the ways in which these programs get delivered can sometimes go off track. So making sure that those community-led decisions and solutions, advisory councils, are there and really firmly embedded in some of those policies. And of course, the last one, of course, is the procurement opportunities. The federal government under the defense programming in terms of procurement is well known. That 5% ratio is broadly marketed, but we are very far from that. We want to get to a point where indigenous communities and organizations and of course nations can really actively participate in those kinds of procurement streams, and this is where all of that self-determination prosperity will come from. So we need to act, I think, very decisively on those three things for real material change to sort of really take flight.
And if I were to add anything, one thing that I'd be looking at, from an outside perspective, I'm a border community, so I'm US and Canada, so we get to sit right in the middle while all of this is going on. And that's exactly it, it's an opportunity. So what the United States doesn't want from Canada, go after it. Be the disruptor, be that provider. For example, if you can provide a 10% discounted rate on something for $1 million, that's $100,000 saving. Times 10, that's $1 million. If just microwing, that's a large scale, but we're talking importing and exporting. But if you can identify something and be that disruption, why not? Being a disruptor doesn't mean you have to be at the same level as the competitor, but if you can offer something, why not, right? So it's, yes, there's chaos amongst the big countries, but that's where, from being in the middle, being on the outside, that's where you take advantage. That's where you create those opportunities for yourself. One thing I wanted to indicate also regarding diversification is, lightly touching on, we are socioeconomic driven. Again, we're not just trying to do business to make money. Yes, that's important to us, but we also hold values. For example, I'd like to use the data storage facilities. That's a big trend right now. The last panel was just talking AI. Data storage facilities are insane, and it's a credible opportunity. But right now we are starting to learn about some environmental impacts. And one thing that we do in Augustine and with Mohawk communities, we're not just following the Environmental Assessment Act of Canada. We actually have our own environmental assessment, which is based off of our traditional, referred to as the words before all else. And we give thanks to all aspects of life. And that's how we base our environmental assessment. So if, Canada may say a data storage facility is acceptable under their terms, but under our environmental assessment, if there are additional impacts outside of that, that's a decision maker. Not what Canada says, but what we say. So that's how we work in First Nations.
True stewardship.
I'm going to throw the panel a curveball here, something we haven't talked about, don't hate me. But I think with the audience that we have here, we've got a number of lawmakers, we've got people who sit in policy organizations, we've got chambers of commerce, and then we've got entrepreneurs in the audience. If you think about the one piece of advice you would give either a lawmaker, a policymaker, or a policy influencer, or an SME, what would that be? What should they be thinking about in order to diversify their trade routes outside of North America and into the African market? And whether that's the indigenous to Africa, whether that's SMEs to Africa, whether it's women-led entrepreneurs or women-led businesses to Africa, or the historically marginalized, what is that one piece of advice that we would give to these, three groups? And I'm sorry, I know this is not rehearsed now, so I'm putting you guys all on the spot.
Well, maybe I can go first, since I'll be probably the simplest. From my perspective, again, if we seek equity in terms of those access points, that should be the overriding driver towards a policy or a piece of advice that really drives decision making. Equity is so foundational to everything that we do, in the sense of making more people be able to participate in those export economies and indigenous economies, and of course the national economy. That's, I think, where we drive most of the growth that we're going to be seeking in the next decade.
So for the policy folks in the room, first and foremost is making it easier. And when I say that, I don't mean cut corners, I don't mean make it less than, water it down, because we have integrity. I'm a former entrepreneur, I'm actually a third generation entrepreneur, and being an entrepreneur is about integrity. It's a lot of work. And, one no snowballs. So we did discuss it earlier, and one thing that drives me absolutely crazy is having to go to 27 different websites just to be able to gather information on the same subject. So for example, procurement. I have to go to 4 different websites just to see what the procurement opportunities are for Indigenous businesses. Procurement Canada, MERCs, right, et cetera, et cetera. Why can't that all just be streamlined? Why can't all funding from federal, why can't there just be one access point? One door for us all to equally enter at the same time. Why is it only if you know someone, you know where to go? That's a problem. Because I've been doing this for 12 years, and it is taking me 12 years to find these websites. When I first started, I did not have a federal government representative. I didn't have a provincial, federal, nobody saying, here's a handbook for Indigenous businesses. Here's something to help you. Here's a tool. We had to figure it out ourselves. And in regards to, so that's what I'm going to say for policy, and for entrepreneurs, we are ready as Indigenous businesses. We want to do business. We are ready. We are open to ideas, but we don't know how to get a hold of you, and you don't know how to get a hold of us. We need to create some sort of platform, some sort of connection piece to be able to do business. We want to do business. We all do, right? So how do we do that? What are protocols? What are those components? Because again, doing business with First Nations is not the same as if you're entering the city of Toronto. We have cultural customs, you have cultural customs. Maybe that's where we start, we do some cultural exchange. And then how do we do business? We have to be able to trust each other, we will have to be able to work together, we'll have to learn how to speak the same language. So how do we do that? We create another conference for matchmaking, we create an online platform for entrepreneurs to be able to feed in, from your side and our side. I have, who's interested in agriculture? Guess what? We have a lot of First Nations who are paying $16 to $22 for watermelon. $16 to $22 for watermelon, paying over $10 for a loaf of bread. If we can do partnerships to help our communities, our regions, then absolutely. Because let's be clear, the government is failing some of our communities. And I'm sure the same is happening on, your side of the world as well. So how can we bridge that and help ourselves?
I would say that Africa is very well endowed when it comes to natural resources, but I think we need to kind of move away from this concept of value extraction and start talking about value creation in the continent. And that would involve collaborative, equal partnership, rather than treating Africa as a place where you go extract materials. For example, if you look at EVs right now, electric vehicle, we all need batteries for that, and cobalt, and some of the minerals which we need comes from Africa, but till now, sadly, the continent has been used as an extraction ground. But why can't we, as Canadians, have a collaborative approach where we can actually, provide the technological know-how which we have to create some of these assembly plants, move up the value chain. Just recently, our Prime Minister signed a deal with Indonesia, the 5th largest in terms of population country in the world. And one of the key takeaway from that was the technology expertise we have in nuclear modular technology, where we have the know-how to actually provide these modular nuclear reactors which can light up, in a bad way, but in a good way, we can provide a very clean technology. So why can't we have some collaboration in continents where such type of technology is needed? So I think my suggestion would be to kind of move away from some of the colonial, I would say, viewpoints and treat Africa as a much equal partner. We're getting there, but I think more needs to be done.
So what I'm hearing, if I'm correct, is Vic said we need equal partnerships, and Feroz used to start with equity. So baseline, we need to start with equity, we need to be equal partners, and we need to create value. And Kylie is telling me, look, the Indigenous community in Canada and the United States, hopefully, is open for business. So I hope I speak for you here, Kylie. Come speak to Kylie afterwards to have a gateway to the Indigenous communities. But I think there's real baseline things that we can do, action steps that we can take in order to diversify the trade happening between Canada and the African diaspora and the Indigenous communities in Canada. No one's stopping me here. I know I'm well over time. So I'm open to taking questions if the panel is here, because no one's stopping me. So I have a mic, no one else seems to, except for us. So.
Hello. We have a couple of questions at the back.
Sure.
You can see this.
I cannot. Light is blind.
I'll come to the center if you guys want.
Thank you.
All right. So the first question I have is, what role can local governments and academic institutions play in bridging global trade opportunities, particularly in African and Indigenous markets, through innovative public-private partnerships or targeted trade education programs?
Seems like the doctor is the one here.
Yeah, I can take that. I think this is where we're actually quite lucky in Canada. We have a really strong academia. If you talk about some of the quality points, we have the ability. I mean, some of the initial AI research was actually developed in the University of Toronto, for example. So I think we have the ability to create some of these partnerships. So my vision would be to create some of these joint centers of collaboration and innovation with Africa, where we can try to provide some of the technological know-how, which would allow African nations to kind of get over some of these issues involved in infrastructure financing, for example, right? I mean that is a big point. I mean, if you look at the Africa trade partnership, the AFCTA, one of the big hurdles for them is infrastructure. In fact, some of the research shows that if Africa is allowed to optimize their intra-trade, the trade within the continent will increase 500%. up to 500%. So I think we have the ability as Canadian institutions and to provide some of these technological know-how. That would also lower, I would say, some of the barriers which we've seen so far.
I want to play devil's advocate here a little bit because from an Indigenous perspective, we've always had other people speaking narratives on our behalf. So from where I sit, especially, and I mean no disrespect to the educational institutions, I'm a firm believer in education, capacity development, myself personally, my staff, my entrepreneurs, but I think we are entering a space where roles and responsibilities are starting to overlap. Because once educational institutions start doing the roles of what the government is supposed to be doing, of what, BDO, EDCs, right, chambers of commerces, that is the role that they are supposed to be doing. That is why they were created. And, once we start mixing that into institutions, where's the line? Government isn't teaching education, so why is that flip-flopped, right? So I just think there needs to be better definitions, because for example, one term that we like to say is, yes, it's great to have stakeholders, but stakeholders do not speak on behalf of title holders, which are what we are as Indigenous, as the grassroots, as the band councils, as the traditional governments, as the entrepreneurs. These stakeholders are the organizations that support the voices of Indigenous people, like OFNADA, like Assembly of First Nations, like Chiefs of Ontario. They are stakeholders, they are not title holders. So it's in the realm of institutions. Yes, it's great, they are there for advocacy and helping and guide, but not do. So I think that's, where I come in, in regards to like the different perspective. But again, I don't mean any disrespect to any educational institution. Thank you.
Yeah, and I take that point, I think it's really wise in terms of those defining lines. I think one of the opportunities in that, of course, is that people in industry have also a responsibility to make sure that they are providing as much as those solutions include things like housing, capital, and employment, but also mentorships. Mentorships are a terrific way to sort of make sure that those collaborations really happen. And through those mentorships, you'll get those community-based solutions that come back to the problems that we're trying to solve. So I think it's a good point.
I can see that we're allowed to take one more question, so go ahead.
Thank you. So as listening to all the panels today, including this one, the contrast that I come up with is there's friction between a colonial system that's been imposed on different parts of the world, and then that friction is in existence against the morals, ethics, and ways of being and seeing that exist within the other parts of the world. What perpetuates the problem from my perspective is how we measure success. So in business and trade and financing, we measure success from a colonial perspective in money. Whereas the opportunities I've had to speak with Indigenous populations or be in 60 countries around the world, a lot of places still measure success from a human scale. So from your perspective and the privilege that you have to see what you do, how do you create a patch that now can marry measuring in finance against measuring in human impact so that you can actually build a bridge between the two rather than just continuing to build friction? Thank you.
Well, that's an excellent point. I mean, if you look at financial reporting, I mean, when companies declare their finances, a lot of the time, sustainability disclosures are kind of like hidden in the discussion points. They're not reported. But what's really startling is that European Union right now has mandated sustainability disclosure in terms of, and it's a phased process. So I think the government has to step in. And with no disrespect to the corporations, I think, and I used to work in finance before, you live by the quarter, you die by the quarter. So you're basically looking at, especially when crisis events happen, like COVID-19 and so forth, right? Sustainability, some of the other social aspects kind of like fall fall apart, and you kind of like laser focus on financial optimization. So I think this is where I think regulatory measures have to be enacted. The carrot approach doesn't really work, so I think I'm a firm believer of that, and we're actually seeing an evidence right now where European Union is moving completely opposite direction to what the US is doing right now. So, the jury's still out on that, but I'm hoping that we'll kind of like follow the European model.
Any other thoughts?
James, you want me to take a stab at it? Look, I want to be as specific as I can. As you know, as a bank, I measure success in earnings per share and quarterly profits. But I will say this about our practice at TD. When Indigenous communities choose us because they say to us that we're the bank of choice of Indigenous peoples, that's how I personally measure the success. And I know that's a little bit more intangible, but it resonates in our practice because when I hear community members tell us that they have an infrastructure project, that they have a share equity acquisition to make, that they choose us because we have that flexibility and how we have that culturally aware approach, that's when we make, I think, a difference. I think that's true of policymakers, of governments, and any other organization that continue to sort of, push at some level a colonial narrative that fit that box. When I get that kind of feedback from community members, that's when I think we know that we're doing the right thing.
So I guess to close, I just want to do a little story. So it's, we struggle, right, as Indigenous people, because we have to abide by the colonialized system and community rules. What's the best decision? So I want to use an example over COVID. So when the pandemic happened, so I have 200 businesses. The American side of Augustine about had the same. We're a border community. And when COVID-19 happened, we lost tourism, casino, a lot of that. But we still have to take care of ourselves. And when the rule came out, can't go into a store unless it's an essential service. And we also used that. Public safety was #1 priority over the pandemic. So our councils issued a statement saying, unfortunately, our businesses have to close unless you're an essential service. I think that was on like a Wednesday or a Thursday. And I remember driving through my community, and I'm like, what in the world is going on? By Monday, over 50% of our businesses had a drive-through window. They had a drive-through window. They said they can't come in, but we're still going to be open for business. And still to this day, majority of those drive-through windows are still used. But within 1 week, 90% of our entrepreneurs in Augustine had a drive-through window. We were still in operations, we were still thriving while still following the policies, the rules. They just created the most incredible, innovative solution in less than 24 hours. And not only that, we were able to keep people employed. We were able to conduct business. We were able to generate revenue. Nobody else was doing that, so I just wanted to close up and share that story that, innovation is possible, even with policy, even with red tape. We figure it out, we have to. So, that's my advice to everyone here as well. Thank you.
I think what we're hearing is for trade diversification, for entrepreneurship, we're going to have to think outside of the box. And I think you've summarized it so beautifully with your COVID story. Thank you, Feroz, Kylie, and Vic. This has been an excellent conversation. I hope you guys thought it was valuable. I hope it gives you some practical tips on how to assist historically marginalized communities with trade diversification and to think through the policies that exist that are systemic barriers for trade diversification. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you very much. We can give them a round of applause. We learned a lot today, especially me. We talk about how to bring Chair of the Ghanaian Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and Michael Forrest, founder and chair of the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce. Of course, we are not going to talk about ChatGPT, so everybody, let's stay focused.
I think this works. Well, thank you very much. It's always such a pleasure to be here, and Casa Foundation and the team do such a fabulous job, and the event just gets better and better and better. It's also, someone may have noted it earlier, but this is the second decade for people of African descent. It was set up by the UN, and Canada is one of the signatories to it. And I think there's no better time to be talking about Canada-Africa relations, because clearly, as our former best friend south of the border is no more, we have to leverage all the connections we have globally. And I was really pleased that with the last panel, people were emphasizing the importance of tapping into the African diaspora, because I know, having been on many, many trade missions when I was Vice President of Research and Innovation, the trade commissioners are fantastic, the diplomats are fantastic, but there's no better way to do business in an international market than having people who know that market. And so I've said before that despite all of the backlash and the hateful rhetoric, immigrants are our competitive advantage. And especially in this environment, we really have to find ways to strengthen our immigration and strengthen our international connections. So I'm really delighted to be here today to build on the observations of the previous panel and to dig in a bit more on what some of the implications are for technology, and particularly artificial intelligence. But we know, for example, that many African countries have leapfrogged Canada in terms of their use of digital technologies. And that was true 30 years ago when South Africa had wireless communications long before we did. So I think it's a really interesting, and we heard in the last panel as well, the importance of skills. We've just done a recent study with Environics that shows that immigrants in particular are far more likely to be familiar with artificial intelligence applications than people born in Canada. So in addition to harnessing the power of the African diaspora in terms of leveraging trade, we know that many of the African immigrants to Canada are far more educated than Canadian-born workers and far more advanced in their use of technologies. And the executive director of the Diversity Institute, who might have been here at one point today, Mohammed Ali, his PhD thesis was actually on the use of digital technology in Somalia and the implications that had for economic development. So really rich opportunities for conversation. Now, we have, I think, a couple of our speakers online, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't see them. Can someone who's working on the technology let me know who we've got online? I understood that, I'm going to make a guess, but I understood that Fred Sherman, who's strategic advisor to the Canadian Ombudsman person on responsible enterprise with Global Affairs Canada, was joining virtually. Are you there, Mr. Sherman? We're also supposed to have Fatin Jasmine, who's the Deputy Secretary General from the Malaysian Business Council of the UAE, joining virtually. Well, while they work out the technology, maybe we can just proceed. Oh, they are here? They're online, but we can't see them. Okay. Well, let's just dive into the questions, because I know we have limited time, and as Dr. Augustine said, we could talk about these issues all day, but Olu runs a tight ship, so I don't want to get fired. So I'll just kick it off by asking each of the panelists to give their perspective on where the opportunities are for international trade with Africa and how they see technology playing into that. And you can also introduce yourselves briefly in terms of your organization's interest. So do you want to start, Fred? Okay.
Hello.
They're very shy.
Okay, hi. So thanks for having me again. It's always great to be here at Casa Foundation. Today is the 15th anniversary of Casa Foundation Summit, and we are all glad to be here. My name is Yemoh, the president of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a professor at Harbour College teaching financial mathematics, business, accounting, and risk management. I'm also the executive director of a company called Reality Capital Management based in Toronto, where we deal with accounting, bookkeeping, taxation, consulting, and training. So that's what we do. The question that has been asked by Dr. is one that we need to take a critical look at because trade, global trade is where the world is moving now. As you can see, because of the tariffs and everything happening, it's always good to take advantage to trade with other external partners around the world. And by the use of technology such as AI, you're able to work faster and better. So what organizations supposed to be looking at is for them to look at new types of innovations in order for us to create connectivity between different continents to make it more effective for global trade and also the enhancement of trade, therefore taking advantage of that. So what businesses should actually be looking at is training in terms of capacity building, so that you'll be able to equip your team members within the organization to be well trained, to know about the new technologies that are out there for you to be more effective. As you can see, innovation has actually eliminated certain businesses across the world. Here in Canada, for example, I always like to use examples such as the taxi. In the past, when you come to downtown, you have to book a taxi to come to, you have to make a call before the taxi comes to your house to pick you up and bring you downtown. Now, you just go on an app and then take an Uber, it brings you down here. So where are all the taxi drivers? They are out of business. And so therefore, when you are doing business, you have to look at the futuristic models that are out there to enable your business to be effective. And therefore, those are some of the things that businesses should take a hard look at. So the same thing should apply if you're looking at globalization. If you want your business to thrive, you want to look at what's happening internationally and how fast and effective you can do that. To do that, you have to employ some of the effective ways of using artificial intelligence. And so that's what I'd like to start with, but the conversation will go on and I'll be talking more. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And sorry, Fred is actually online, but we'll go to him after.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Ankle. I'm the Executive Director and CEO of Tropicana Community Services in Toronto. We're the largest B3. I'm not sure if people are all familiar with the term B3, Black-led, Black-serving, Black-mandated organizations. We are the largest in Canada. And somebody at my table, Cheryl, asked me, what brought you here? And I actually had to think about that. Because, well, first of all, I'm new to my organization, so how did Casa Foundation know about me was sort of my first question. But I think what brought me here is the fact that Tropicana Community Services is the intermediary funder for the federal government's Supporting Black Canadian Communities initiative. SBCCI. And over the past 5 years, we've distributed to small and medium-sized enterprises about $33 million in grant funding, which includes capacity building grants and capital grants as well. When we talk about AI, one of the things that I've learned in the short time that I've been at this organization and involved with this initiative is that we will fund maybe 120 to 150 organizations each year, and many of those organizations, perhaps 75% of them, are utilizing artificial intelligence and other technologies in their small and medium-sized enterprises. When I think about international trade, and it was said in the I learned so much from the previous panel. When we talk about international trade, it's clear that many countries in Africa are far more advanced than we are in Canada as far as artificial intelligence and other technologies is concerned. And if we in Canada, especially small and medium-sized enterprises, intend to do business with them, we need to adapt and adopt those technologies as well. So there is an enormous important place for new technologies, emerging technologies, and in particular artificial intelligence in trade, certainly domestically and absolutely internationally. I hope that we get to talk about some of the barriers, because something came up in the previous panel that I wanted to address. I was going to actually raise it at the end, but I thought, you know what, I'm going to talk about it when it comes here, because there are barriers and there are challenges to AI. And as I look around the room, many of us look like me, and that's where some of those barriers and challenges are.
Thanks very much. Yes, and the issues of bias in AI extend not just to people who are racialized or black, but also women. There are lots of systems that, for example, don't recognize women's voices. There are systems that misidentify black people, but also black women more than others. So it's really an important. I happen to be, once fascinated and at the same time terrified about what AI may hold for us. So I think we have to figure out how to harness the power for good rather than for evil. And we all know it can be used either way. But with that, sorry, Fred is actually online, I think, and I'm hoping you can hear me, Fred, because Fred Sherman is the CEO of Hill Solutions, and he's also an advisor to the Government of Canada, and particularly global affairs. So can you weigh in on this? Seem to be muted. You're talking, but we can't hear you. Sorry. Can you unmute yourself, or can some of the tech folks help? The more we become dependent on AI, the more we become vulnerable to glitches.
Heard now?
Yay, yes.
Can anybody test? Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Wendy. As I was saying, obviously, I want to just recognize my fellow panelists. It's a good opportunity to be here. Obviously, I work in this capacity and relevantly as a strategic advisor to the recent Canadian Ombudsperson and Responsible Enterprise. And what this is basically due diligence, monitoring the operations of Canadian companies outside of Canada in the areas of mining, oil, and the garment sector. One of the key tenets we look at, which is relevant to our conversations around AI, is responsible business conduct. And that involves and entails ways in which we kind of make sure that in situations of north-south trade, in situations of interactions on a global scale, that we keep in mind cross-cultural competencies and within international networks, so as we don't perpetuate perhaps the ills that have been generated over centuries or decades, for that matter, to be more short in terms of with neo-colonial divisions, if you will, and really kind of looking at how we can focus on protecting human rights. So AI coming into space, it's obviously been discussed quite a bit, the enormous disadvantages that it perhaps threatens right now with people of less fortunate in terms of economic opportunity, economic placement, inordinately ends up being folks of African diaspora, but in the context of what we're doing here, we want to make sure that we focus on cross-cultural competencies when we reach out and when we integrate, and kind of make sure that we bring up those people who are in those spaces whereby their rights, their needs, their essential concerns are not trampled by advancements in technology.
Thanks very much for that and for reminding us of the importance of looking at responsible business conduct. I think it's very interesting both internationally as well as domestically that as we're looking at huge investments in, for example, in Canada, in infrastructure, making sure there are community benefits associated with that. And of course, many companies that have done work internationally have been asked to make sure that they're also investing in things like education and community development and jobs in the places that they're doing business. So it's something that I think applies to businesses operating in Canada as well as those operating globally, but that's a really, really important point. Deputy Secretary, are you able to hear us? And maybe you can jump in here and give your perspective. We can hear you. Yes.
Am I audible? Yes. All right. So again, thank you, Dr. Sukian. When you ask about what brought us all here, and for me, it's because the work that I do every day is at the crossroads of trade, entrepreneurship, and innovation. So I'm actually based in Dubai, and of course I serve as the Deputy Secretary General of the Malaysian Business Council in the UAE. And I'm also the co-founder of IACS International, where my role involves helping entrepreneurs and companies, especially from emerging markets, expand and establish their presence internationally. And over the years, I've seen how technology and AI are changing what global trade looks like, particularly for SMEs. And what used to require large teams, travel, and heavy infrastructure can now be done digitally, from market research to compliance to cross-border matchmaking. But at the same time, I've also seen the gaps where small, diverse, or immigrant-owned businesses struggle to access those same tools. So about this particular discussion on AI and future trade, I felt that it aligns perfectly with my own mission as well, which is to make international trade more inclusive, more connected, and accessible to everyone, not just for big corporations, but also for SMEs. So I'm going to be sharing and looking forward to share the ground from the UAE and ASEAN as well as Malaysia, and particularly UAE, which has become a global bridge linking Africa, Asia, and Europe, and also to learn from the rest of the panelists who are here driving digital inclusion in trade. Thank you, everyone. And over to you, Dr. Zuki.
Thanks so much. It's worth noting that the UAE is also a global leader in the application of technology in things like healthcare and so on, and we could certainly learn a lot from them. Welcome. Michael Forrest has just joined us, so please introduce yourself and give us just a quick overview of your perspective on AI, business, trade, what we need to be thinking about.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Forrest, and I'm the founder of the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, and it's actually good to be here celebrating Casa Foundation's wonderful conference event. My take on trade, AI, and just the way things are right now. You know, trade has always been part of humanity. Tariff, same thing as well. And AI is actually, in a sense, level the playing field for many communities along the way. Many shortcuts can be taken. And also, it allows for a lot of Canadian companies, for example, in Canada, we have a very high labor cost. So for those who can leverage AI correctly in their business, whether small or large, they can definitely take quantum leaps along the way. So I tell a lot of my clients, that embrace technology, embrace AI. It is there to stay, much like the Industrial Revolution, Internet, AI is definitely going to change the playing field, and it's going to allow for different marginalized communities to take quantum leaps if they train themselves well and position themselves well for the future as well. Thank you.
Well, that was short and sweet. I wonder if we can dig in a little bit first. So what I heard was general agreement on the potential of AI and its importance, particularly for small, medium enterprises in helping them scale and grow. I also heard lots about the importance of advancing trade with Africa, and that Africa is actually way ahead of us in many respects in terms of its use of AI. But I also heard some cautions around making sure that we have guardrails in place for responsible use, and also making sure that when we think about using AI, we're bridging the digital divide, not attenuating it, because that's one of the real concerns, and training, for example, was mentioned in the last panel. If you become more dependent on AI, but only a portion of your population has access to digital connectivity and the tools and the skills, then you can actually end up with the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer, and that's something that's a concern, I think, in Canada, but also globally. I wonder if someone just wanted to give us an example of a really good, concrete application that you've seen of AI being used to help small businesses scale or bridge the gain opportunities in trade. Who'd like to dig in on that, particularly trade with Africa? Are there any examples that come to mind from the Chamber or others who are working with small businesses? Go ahead, Professor.
Yes, certainly. For companies that are using big data, AI has certainly helped to help evolve the level of which the work is done, and also the efficiency and the fastness of how the work is done. So, for example, most of our members in the chamber, especially those in the service industry, if you're not using AI currently, then what happens is that you'll be left behind. We always say that with the use of AI, a lot of people have argued that AI is here to eliminate jobs, but I always say that it's rather here to create more jobs. And how does AI do that? AI can do that by you learning, like I gave examples earlier on capacity building, making sure that you are using the AI effectively to expand your business. Otherwise, you'll be left behind, like my colleague just said. And so what I've seen is that in the service industry, a lot of organizations who are not actually leveraging on that because of the data, the fastness and how things are done, you turn out to start to begin to lose clients. Now, also in the professional industry, like lawyers, doctors and all that, you have to start using AI effectively, otherwise you attend to clients, and now that client can go in terms of research and coming up with, comparing cases upon cases. AI can give you effective answers to that quickly, and you're not utilizing it. So if you are in that business and you're not utilizing AI, you also be left behind in terms of losing clients. So in those kind of industries, you see that AI is becoming very essential, and we need to jump into it, otherwise you'll be left behind.
And I realize there are two chambers, so the Ghanaian Chamber of Commerce and the Black Chamber of Commerce. How about, from your perspective, Michael, any good examples?
Yeah, definitely. I'll speak more from the customs and transmission sector as well. And at the Canadian Lecture of Commerce, we see a lot of changes happening along the way. In fact, AI has actually helped a lot of importers, exporters to definitely speed up the travel of goods, especially goods coming from Africa. We're seeing a less wait time at customs at this point in time. So I think there's a great opportunity for us to continue to embrace AI. But I also do share your caution as well, is that if using correctly, it can definitely be making you reliant upon it. It's kind of like GPS. You know where you're going, but sometimes you follow GPS to a T, and it brings you to the wrong section. So I think the key thing is to maintain commonality or common sense when using any kind of technologies, that the human element is so important, and it drives AI to a great extent. But it's a great tool to rely on, but should never be fully dependent on.
And I think that's especially, how many people, I didn't see the hands, how many people here use ChatGPT? How many of you are using the free version? You're giving away the farm if you use the free version, and it lies and makes stuff up occasionally. So I would argue that things like generative AI are a game changer, but you treat it like an assistant whose work you always review carefully. And humans at the center are absolutely critical when we use these technologies. How about with, and I know you're relatively new to Tropicana, but with some of the companies that you mentioned that you've supported, are there any examples that come to mind of really good applications of AI?
No, nothing really comes to mind immediately, but what I would say is that, because I mentioned earlier that about 75% of those small to medium enterprises that we're funding are using AI, they are at the forefront of developing the uses of AI for their businesses, and they're the ones that are most successful. The way the fund works is if you're successful one year, you can apply it next year. What we've seen over the years is that the organizations of the small businesses that are using AI are the ones that are most successful and are able to apply for a second round of the funding. So it is really important. What we don't get to do is some of that verification of whether AI is managing better than managing AI. We don't get to do that, so we don't see whether that's a good thing for them. What I will say though is because the organizations that we fund are always going to be black organizations, that's what the fund is for. We notice that there are challenges to perhaps the 25% that are using AI are the ones that can't access it for whatever reason. And that's sort of the challenge that we have to do, something that we're looking at, how do we ensure that everyone has equal access to the emerging technologies, including AI, so that everyone can be successful, because we want all of them to be successful in the program.
And used properly, AI can make small businesses look much larger, right? In terms of customer service, in terms of access to markets, in terms of doing more with less. And it helps bridge geography and time. So I can't think of a single small business that I've worked with that couldn't be using AI. It's just a question of matching it to its purposes. And I think the other thing I can say quite definitively is because we see that immigrants, particularly from Africa, have higher levels of education, often in technology fields. I would say that we see many of the startups in the AI space being led by people of African descent. So that's another, in addition to the SMEs using AI, there are the SMEs that are developing AI tools and promoting them. Any other, Secretary General, any other great examples that you can think of how AI is advancing business? I know you said there are also barriers, but any really good examples to cite for the audience?
Thank you, Dr. Zaki. Therefore, if we look into the perspective of Malaysia and also UAE, I would like to highlight about Malaysia first. So Malaysia actually, we just launched our national AI office. So it was actually launched early this year, and late December 2024. And for Malaysia, so we call it NIO. So NIO is actually the policy frameworks and policies set for AI. And apart from that, because of there is increasing of digital trust frameworks, which is accelerating, right? And this year, 2025, we are seeing tech trends outlook, and we also see major shifts, advanced connectivity, digital trust, cloud, and all these things are for. So definitely it is changing. The trade cost structures are also changing. And whereby the World Trade Organization notes that AI have potential to also reduce costs and make trade more efficient.
Thanks so much for that. So Fred, you were talking about some of the issues about responsible business practices, and presumably that also includes using technology for good. But can you give us a bit of I won't say a cautionary tale, but what are some of the other things that we need to think about as we are looking at how AI can advance the growth of small business and particularly trade potential?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can I be heard now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for the question, Dr. Sukiye. Well, you know, one of the points, I'll just kind of bounce off of one of the points that you earlier cited. We has to do with the notion that, or the fact, if you will, that those in the developing world, especially Africa, tend to be more highly educated. I know for a fact some of the work we've done with the core, for example, in parts of Asia, I believe speaks to the adaptability quotient, again in Africa as well. For example, WhatsApp itself. And obviously WhatsApp, AI itself is more currently now in the mainstream space, but it's obviously been developing and churning for years and years to the point where now it's in the space. But in terms of that adaptability quotient, when we look at again the capacity for the South to kind of enhance their capacity to kind of adopt, I think those are good signs. You look at notions of microfinance that's happening across parts of Africa, for example, where market women are actually using, have been early adopters, if you will, to use the parlance of the space, in terms of actually, now in Canada, for example, we're more and more using our PDAs, our smartphones as we call them, to pay, to conduct financial transactions, but they've been doing this for over a decade in parts of the developing world. So when we look at AI and the adaptability component, it really kind of speaks well, but at the same time, I think one of the things I'm seeing with regards to youth, the pervasive nature of youth, is that it's very, very limited in what we're actually doing. Folks are not, we're doing ChatGPT, but there's so much more. I think there's literally hundreds of thousands of various applications. And when you talk about it in a small business context, I remember quite recently there was a circumstance with a legal document, when you talk about businesses, you know, dealing with, for example, the organized business space. You always have to deal with legal context, rules, statutory regimes, and stuff that you're nipped from point go from doing it because you don't have the financial resources to do that. One example, and I have no financial investment in this, but I'll just mention it, is an application called Notebook LM. I remember there was a case when a 10-page document came that had all kinds of implications for sustainability of this business, and the proprietors did not have the capacity to pay. I think it would have been $5,000 to get legal advice, perhaps 10 years ago, which is what they would have done. And then somebody sent them this Notebook LM, and what they literally did was they took the legal document and dropped it into LM, which was a PDF document. The question was basically prompt, and that's another thing that we perhaps may or may not have the time to talk about. It is so essential when you're talking about working in this space. But they took that document, dropped it in LM, $5,000 in legal fee to ask the question, what should I be concerned about in this? I think the document itself was an NDA document, non-disclosure agreement. And the answer was, well, be concerned about this clause, this bullet, this clause, this bullet, this clause. The question was why? Well, because if you do this, it's the outcome. So right there in that space, in a matter of 15 minutes or less, you had $5,000 worth of commerce in terms of legal services being rendered to the proprietor, but not certain the law and legal folks will be too happy about that. But the point there being, when you talk about the little guy, and actually equalizing the playing field, when you look at, again, small businesses in Africa, small businesses in Canada, small businesses around the world, I think it really, really speaks to the fact that the future is here, the opportunity is here, And I think there's perhaps maybe some of the other panelists can reflect on that, the capacity for us to kind of actually bridge that divide, jump perhaps lunar distances towards getting to a space of more balanced equity and a state of better competition amongst businesses with big guys and established interests.
Thanks so much for that. And as you were speaking, I was also reminded of the fact that the opportunities for small, medium enterprises are not just doing business with consumers or other businesses, but also getting themselves into big supply chains. So especially as we see huge state and government investments in infrastructure and so on, it may be that an SME is not equipped to bid on the whole project, but the more we can equip our SMEs with AI tools and make them efficient, the more likely they are to be able to get into those supply chains of the bigger providers. And that's a massive, massive opportunity as well. Public procurement as a source of funding, and Black businesses and African-owned businesses in Canada at least are too often excluded from those opportunities. So Olu's going to fire me because I went a bit over time, but we did start a bit late. So before we wrap up, I did want to give everyone a chance to make a parting comment and maybe focus a little bit on what you see as the lessons that we need to take in terms of the opportunities, but also the potential risks. So I will start with you, Daniel.
Thank you, Lucy. I heard earlier in the previous panel, I think it's the Council of Education that said that he asked his economic development team for some information in preparation for today, and they asked him what kind of aid these Africans need. That to me was very illuminating, and I think it sums up a lot of what we're dealing with right now, is that complete misunderstanding of the ability, the potential of Africa as a diaspora to trade with countries like the US and Canada, and the assumption and the bias that's involved in that. And that's what I was talking about when I said that there are some challenges, that there is this inherent bias to dark-skinned people, countries, that we don't know enough. And that every time we come to the table, even if it's a business table, we're looking for something from you. We don't have anything to offer. And so we have a lot of work to do to change that perception. That's where we have limited access to those technologies, because they don't think we need it, because we never ever need to do anything. We're just here with our hand out. And so, the work continues. AI is the way of global markets in the future. We just have to make sure that we're shaping it and not just recipients of what it is.
I really appreciate that point about learning the lessons. And I lead the Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub, and one of the things I point out all the time is, guess what country has the highest rate of women's entrepreneurship in the world? Nigeria. Olu knows what she's talking about. So it's really important to recognize that it's a reciprocal arrangement and opportunity that we're looking at. How about you, Michael?
Yeah, thank you. At the Canadian Lecture of Commerce, we're doing a lot of training and running a lot of courses right now in AI. We definitely champion AI. We feel it's a really great tool to really allow us to take quantum leaps. One of the things that we recognize as well too, that I recognize, is that AI can allow a lot of communities here in Canada to, again, fascinating quantum leaps. The Black community, I always say, is Canada's best kept secret, because we're only 4% of the national population, but we connected 2 billion peoples around the world, whether the Americas, the Caribbean, or Africa itself, and Europe. We are definitely, Canada, especially what's going on with the south of the border right now, we have a great opportunity to really connect into the African peoples that are here to increase trade. When you look at America being Canada's largest trading partner, Canada's a great opportunity to utilize AI to not only mobilize the people that are here from the African communities, and really find ways to grow those communities. My goal at the Chamber is to ensure that how we actually increase trade between Black Canada and Black America. Of course, Black Canada, and all of Africa as well. And I think that is the greatest frontier that Canada has right now. So we saw the government invest money in the communities recently, earlier this week, and we feel more is needed to ensure that we can definitely invest in the people that are here in Canada. And for the Chamber of Commerce, we feel that by trading, developing, and collaborating with groups such as Casa Foundation, we can definitely help to build the next wonderful new entrepreneurs in Canada that's going to be definitely moving this country forward, connecting it to trade to the mother continent at all times.
Thank you so much. Professor.
Thank you. So, like we are saying, AI, there's always opportunities and also, obviously, there are threats, right? So, in terms of what AI is doing now, companies can leverage on it. However, one of the reasons why I'm saying that AI is more developed in Africa than for example, even in Canada, has to do with some of the threats. And in Canada being very conservative when it comes to use of data, what happens is that the government has tabled a proposed bill to Parliament, which is called the Bill C-27, that they are critically looking at AI and the use of AI and the compliance use of AI, how it's going to impact the country in general. Then once that bill goes through, the ethics on how to use AI and all that will be taken into effect, and then we can go full blown. So that's one of the first observation I'd like to talk about. And then the second thing I want to point out is that according to the Vancouver City News, if you're looking at by 2030 to 35, AI, the use of AI will grow the Canadian GDP to about something like $6.7 trillion, which is huge. What that means is that if you're not part of the game, they will leave you behind. And so these are some of the key things that I would like our audience to take a look at and invest in AI, because that's where the world is going. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and thanks for mentioning the legislative framework, because a lot of companies say they can't move forward until they have certainty, and the rule of law is really critical to that. The other thing that's so important about what you said is the importance of data and cybersecurity as companions to AI. And I think Candies Kotchapaw, somewhere in the audience, who is an expert over there, cybersecurity, and is really working on trying to build skills in that area. Michael. Fred, your final comments.
Thank you very much. I think I'll go back to where I started with talking about responsible business conduct and looking at the construct of the work that the court does or attempts to do around the world with respect to kind of protecting human rights. And I think there's 4 core mandate pieces that I could probably leave constructively, which is, I think, promoting, advising, reviewing, recommending. And that's sort of like a blueprint, if you will, for responsible technological integration. First, we got to promote the implementation of international standards, such as, the UN Guiding Principles in Business and Human Rights. This means technology adaptation must be grounded in environmentally and socially aware business processes. I talked about cross-cultural sensitization as well. Secondly, we got to advise companies on policies that strengthen the respect for human rights, realistic adoption, due diligence, risk assessment. Human rights has to be filtered into these, especially for the vulnerable or the marginalized populations. Thirdly, we got to ensure that there are accessible, flexible, and transparent mechanisms in place for dispute resolution. If AI, for example, leads to harm, people have to be able to participate and be heard, regardless of language, ethnicity, or economic disadvantage, whatnot. And lastly, going to the evidence-based, if you will, evidence-informed research, utilizing best practices, policy changes that will impact the government that result in sort of a transformative and systemic approach, systemic action, if you will, by prioritizing fairness and human rights protection, all these being core to technological strategy and technological evolution and equity for people that are less advantaged than others.
Thank you so much. And Deputy Secretary General, please, your final comments.
Of AI and global trade is really about how we build inclusive progress, not just technological progress. Because the first lesson that I've learned, especially working with SMEs across across markets is that AI is only as inclusive as the ecosystem around it. Technology by itself, it doesn't close the gap. People, partnerships, and education too. So we can have the best platform in the world, but if the small businesses, they aren't represented in the data that AI learns from, the divide simply widens. So the key lesson is that the digital transformation must come from the human transformation, like through capacity building, training, and inclusion. And while talking about lessons, is that collaboration matters more than ever, because I come from the region here, which is UAE, where the trade happens through networks, human trust, community, and cross-border relationships. So this, when AI tools are built with that human element in the mind, such as matchmaking platforms that can understand cultural context or language differences, so they actually strengthen the global connection instead of replacing it. And when we talk about opportunities, they are enormous. Last time, if I'm not mistaken, the WTO projects that AI cloud increased global trade by roughly 34% by 2040. That means faster documentation, smarter logistics, predictive analytics, and even new visibility for entrepreneurs who used to be invisible in traditional trade systems. So for small firms in Africa, Canada, that could mean easier access to global buyers, digital finance, and e-commerce platform without the traditional barriers of geography. And but of course, there are risks, because data bias is one of them. If AI systems are trained mostly on data from the developed markets, they may overlook or misrepresent the realities of entrepreneurs in Africa or the global south. So I think that's why organizations like Casa Foundation play such an essential role, because Casa can become that connector, creating programs that help underrepresented founders access AI training, mentorships, and partnerships. So to me, the real opportunity is not just economic, it is human. If we can build digital readiness, promote responsible AI adoption, and bring organizations like Casa to the center of that conversation, we can definitely make global trade more inclusive, transparent, and also genuinely fair.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Please join me in thanking them. Oh, and I can take one question from the audience. I can't see, so the person with the mic will decide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, the person with the mic. My name is Nuruddin. I work with Jack Commit, or I'm from Ottawa. So, talking about long-term thinking, but then also strategically, what is truly inclusive in Canadian AI ecosystem that looks like in 5 years or 10 years? Where can the Black African Canadian founders thrive globally? But then still, what other bold moves should we take today in terms of education, investments, and policies that make the vision a reality? So really want to pick your mind in regards to how do we build an ecosystem. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I'll get Michael to give a first crack at responding.
Yeah, thank you. You know, ecosystems are very important. The thing you mentioned just now in terms of African Canadian founders in business. You know, technology is still very new, and I'm still learning in that space as well, so I'm not the most advanced person when it comes to AI and technology and so forth. But what I do concur with is that we've seen many different changes taking place, and a lot of our members, for example, oftentimes they'll say to me, Michael, let me see what AI says. AI has become the new conscience of their reasoning, and that's a very dangerous precedent from what I'm seeing. But I do think more meetings, to your questions, for example, more collaboration among the Black organizations will help to bring the ecosystem a lot closer, and I think it will help us to make sure that we train on our entrepreneurs with the importance of AI. You know, sometimes technology is we're afraid of it, but I think once you embrace it, you'll see exactly how powerful it is. I know Fred Sherman said earlier about Notebook LM, and that's a very powerful tool. If you've not tried it, it allows you to think, it thinks for you to some extent, and it leads you in certain directions. So, but we've got to be careful as we embrace technology, make sure that we are still being in control of that. You know, there's two things I believe. AI, keep in mind, is artificial intelligence, but there's a real more important thing called RI. That's real intelligence, your intelligence. And it's important to make sure we put that into what's going on all the time.
Thanks so much. Does anyone want to add to that? Go ahead.
Quickly add that I think in 5 to 10 years it's very important that that Black people are at the forefront of developing AI. We are the recipients still of it. I did a project with a developer in Europe for an AI tool to do some counseling with youth, and what they presented back was a very white Anglo-Saxon model for us to work with. And so we need to be the developers of the AI that we're all concerned about here.
I understand that because the one thing about AI, it's very biased. AI does lie, you know? It does lie, and I've caught it lying a few times. So, but the key thing is I think it's important if we're not designing it, to your point, it is going to make sure it's excluded. So it's important for the Black factor, the African factor in AI, and make sure we design it by our design. Otherwise, we become consumers of what is being designed for us.
I would add to that bringing a gender and diversity lens, and particularly a focus on anti-Black racism, is important at every stage of the ecosystem. So whether we're looking at financing for Black entrepreneurs, whether we're looking at policies, whether we're looking at who goes on the trade missions, whether we look at how decisions are being made about investments, it's really important to recognize that bias exists in all those systems, and we really have to work together to challenge it. Professor, did you have one last comment? I know.
Yes, I was trying to say that when we talk of AI, one of the areas we also need to look at is robotics, right? So that's where it's developed. This morning, I think Harvard Business School came up with some sort of air-breathing AI robots that is now making nice breathing for hair and things like that. So one of the areas you need to look at is that, like we said, AI is similar to if you put garbage in, you get garbage out. And so the danger is that if you don't know what you are looking for in AI and you just try and just generate some information, you might be sending out the wrong information. And so that's very important. So
I'm quite aware that we're over time, but I think it was an amazing conversation. So round of applause, please. Thank you all.
Un grand merci à nos membres du deuxième panel qui nous ont parlé des écarts du numérique à la croissance mondiale.